God damn, I just found this music, this musician today, and I've been addicted to it. Oh my god! What the fuck? You were streaming? Gara! Oh my god. I didn't open Twitch today. Not yet, at least. Yo, thank you so much for the fucking raid. Welcome. How you doing? What's up? How's your stream? Was it Valorant or Apex? Apex and League? Oh my god. People still play League in 2022? I'm kidding. I never play MOBA. What's up? How's it? Did you rank up, rank down? Or doesn't move? Was it fun? I actually just got home like a couple...
Are you from Mississippi? 'Cause you're the only miss whose piss I wanna sippy.
What? All right. Huh? Oh wait, I remembered. I remember the reference. I remember the reference. What the fuck? Okay, that came out of nowhere though. Alright. Jesus. Chat, do take notes from Gara when it comes to pickup lines. Mm-hmm. It works. I'm wet now. Thank you. I gained nothing on Apex ranked. Unlucky. Unlucky, brother. Unlucky. But welcome. Welcome anyway. Hope it was fun nonetheless. So, you planning to do more the long drive some other time? I'm still down, I'm still down. That stream was fun. We need to be a little bit smarter though. Like, I swear to God. Like fucking last time. Dude, you are smart? Okay. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. There's a certain point my car doesn't move anymore, but you are. You know what? Next time, how about you try to host and see what's up? I'm pretty sure mine won't be that bad. I don't know. It's gonna be the same thing. We'll never know. We'll never know until we try. Although, I don't know. Chat, based on the fucking stream last time, I do feel like we stutter a shit ton though, right? I do feel like we stutter a lot in terms of like stream quality. Because the game drops to like 40 to sometimes 20 FPS, and usually it's not good for stream. Like anything below 60 is just not good for stream, basically. Basically. Mm-hmm. I don't know, when do you want to do it next time? I don't know about today, because I don't know how long am I gonna stream today. You know, Sunday stream. It's kinda random. But we can do it for sure next time. Actually nice. I also do notice you guys clip a lot of it from stream. I felt like a lot of good clips there. Like, hold up. Let me find. Like, some of them are actually really fucking hilarious. Um, that game is so fucking broken. It's such a content, honestly. Just give me a heads up so I can talk to my brother. Gotcha. Well, look at this shit. Hold up. Is it the fucking wheel in front of you that's causing? Wait, is it capturing it? Wait, why is it not capturing it? Hold up. Huh? Oh no, window capture is broken. Window capture. Works. But is it the fucking wheel in front of you that's causing this?
Maybe.
Should have put it. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no. No no no. No no no. No. Oh my god. Like, I don't understand what's causing this bug. Why why does this car float for no fucking reason?
Maybe.
Like, when we speed up, sure, it's like one of those things, but this is like
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no. No, how do you fucking explain this shit? No! Oh my god. We just lost so many fuel. It's so good, dude. And the fucking don't, you know, where is it? Don't eat while driving. PSA. That one's also good. Alright, now second test while driving is eating. Let's see if it works. I legit I promise you I did not did this on purpose. I was actually eating. Don't try this at home. I thought I can nail it. It's done by a professional. Should not drive while eating food. Well,
Ah! Help.
I love it.
Half of my body's inside the floor. Help.
I fucking love that game, dude. Such a fucking content. It's so scuffed to the point, like, it's so scuffed to the point, like, it's just funny. Like, it's probably worse than Cyberpunk, but like, it makes it fun. I love that game. It was nice. Thank God that game exists. I think those kind of game needs like a dedicated genre for it. Like a scuffed game or some shit like that. It's like a subgenre for like properly broken. I don't fucking know, dude. But we need those games. It just works. My POV is just, yeah. Uh, that was good. Good time, good time. Good time. Oh my god. I'm actually a bit tired right now. Yeah, I just got like I know it sounds weird, but I got overtime uh today. I did some work stuff. It kind of bullshit, but is what it is. To be fair, it's kind of my fault as well, type of shit. But at the same time, it's like, no, oh, it doesn't have to. Redeem stream today or not? Maybe later, if I have some time. You get rid of the chat? Wait, I don't? Does it not work? Oh no. It's still there, the item. Let me see. Type something in the chat. Oh no, wait, yeah, you're right. Maybe later on, so. Hold up, hold up. Wait, why is it down? I'm using a third party for that, so let me check. Hmm. Oh no. Hey chat. It is down. Oh, never mind. He changed it. Oh, okay, okay. He changed the URL. Let me see. If I change it to bam. Refresh. Whoa. That's wrong. That's not. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Everyone, don't panic. 1 second. I think I have to redo this. 1 sec. 1 sec. Channel name raddtrap. Want 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Size 2. Fade animate. Bots. Okay. Was it Lato? I thought it was Roboto. Huh. Maybe it's Roboto. Hold up. Wait, what? It was? Wait. I'm confused. Does it just don't work? Maybe? I think it just died. Oh no. I think the service is down or something. Because the website is up, but it's not showing anything. Huh? I don't know. Uh, I'll ask No later. See what's up. See if he knows anything about it. But thank you for letting me know. I actually didn't notice that until now. Thank you, Lucas. Okay. Already let him know. Okay. The fuck was that? Let me put something colorful there. Should I feature my old drawings? It's been a while. I used to have like this slideshow where it keeps changing through my old drawings and stuff on screen. But I broke it and I don't know how to do it anymore. Oh, no. Yeah, it's a I already remake it with the new with a new URL and shit. Like the website is still up, the JChat, but it just doesn't work. So I'm assuming it's like the overlay doesn't work, but the website's still up. Like it's nothing major. I just thought maybe it's just my thing, or is it like everyone's having that same issue? Kind of thing. Do you know any other, or anyone else in the chat knows any other good chat overlay? I haven't. I honestly haven't really changed any of that for so long. Because JChat has just been working just fine. Never had any issue. Also, how you doing, Nono? What's up? Hope you were not was not bothering or anything. Didn't expect you to reply so fast. Do, do, do. Do you still have like a lot of? I wonder if we still have like a lot of sketch requests. I'm gonna check it out after this, actually. Just kind of want to draw someone real quick. What up, Sains? How you doing? It is like 80s porn intro. What? Man, why you gotta call me out like that? I just found this. It's like, yo, it's like a good song. I don't know. Actually, today I found this guy called Mr. Bill on Spotify. Explore, and the song is very sexy. Like I don't know the genre, but like that was not it. It was this. Like this stuff. Like, I don't know the genre for this. It's like very chill house. You know? I don't know. Does anyone know a genre like this? Like, is there a term for it? I would love to find more like this. It is definitely not a porn intro. That's I can assure you that. It is a little bit like a dubsteppy, but like it's not hard dubstep. Like you can hear it, right? Like boom, boom. Like the dubstep is there, but it's not entirely there. Oh wait, is there a genre called chill step? Maybe that was it. I'm pretty sure chill step is a thing. I just woke up and saw someone bleeding on Twitter again. Nice. Oh god. Yeah, that tweet was fucking vile, dude. I don't know what the fuck she is talking about. Oh, I mean, I don't know what the fuck she did that. Like, the fuck? Belle Delphine. Of course. Get your daily cats. He's thinking alright. Jesus. He's thinking hard. Hmm. This outfit design is very complex. Just watch. The hell is this? Oh no. Is this safe? It's Lily. Okay. So dumb. Whatever. Watch the whole thing. Oh my god. Of course. If you know, you know. I don't know you follow VTubers and stuff. Saints. Vertigris follow them? Well, yeah. Fucking those artists and VTubers like live side by side basically. I don't watch her though, so I don't know much about her content stuff. Shy Lily. Huh? Okay. Actually, I haven't watched the anime, but goddamn, the art style is fucking beautiful. Probably should check it out soon. Or maybe I could just wait until the show stop airing. And then I can watch it. Mm. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh my god. wrong layer as usual. She's single? No, she's married. I think she should be, yeah. Unfortunately. It's a married woman. I think, I don't know. I haven't watched it, but according to the fucking trailer, she is. It's from an anime called Spy X Family. It's literally brand new. It's still airing right now. I'm pretty sure you've heard it before. Her name is Yor Forger. Forger? Forger? The character design is fucking beautiful. I mean, being married might be a reason, but not an obstacle. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, calm down now. Alright, buddy. But again, I don't know. I actually haven't watched the anime, but based on the trailer, it looks like they're a full family, basically. It's a family of assassin-ish, I think. I don't know. She has a daughter, yes. In this story. Like I said, I could be wrong, but based on the trailer, she does, yes. Yeah, Spy X Family, not Spyfall. Spyfall is the fucking no, that's Skyfall. That's James Bond. In the Skyfall. Stop singing, you gotta get strike. Wait, I can get strike by singing it? No shot. My note is not that good. Actually, I'm not sure either, but I do have heard that you can actually get strike for singing a song pretty accurately. What's up, Yua? How you doing? You're chasing into getting strike by a Stolfo. These are so fucking dumb. I mean, you know. Wait, what? Shut the fuck up, Chad. Stop calling me out. Listen, what I'm trying to say is that if it's the right person, I don't mind. I'm just saying. Red Stolfo. How you doing, by the way, What is going on? I can make you hate Astolfo? Is it Astolfo and Halo shit? Yeah, I know it. That's a classic, dude. It's like old stuff. I didn't even know they're still doing it. Oh, I like her hairstyle so much. It's so nice. So beautiful. I'm good, chilling, grinding games. What are you grinding today? That sounds like a setup, but it's not, don't worry. Like it's something that Chad would say, "You're grinding your mom, lol." Fuck, Chad. Fuck up. Are you still grinding Fortnite? Genshin, War Thunder, and Fortnite. Oh, and Apex just for skin, lazy durang, and Apex. Jesus Christ. You really do grind a lot, huh? That's actually impressive. I respect that. I cannot really get into like games with high intense grinding like that. It's a turn off for me. You who grinds a lot has some experience. Oh my god. Surely. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Surely, surely.
I also have experience in grinding your mom.
I fucking knew it. God damn it. Hey, what's up, Jenny? Drink the water. I mean, surely. Okay, that's not what I meant, but okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hmm. Shirley Skyrim grandma. Is her name Shirley? I forgot. Okay, I like this one as well. God, I really like this kind of genre. Just don't know what it's called. Oh my god. Ugh. Tangina. Trying to showcase her weapon as well. But I don't think you can do it. I gotta go do some football game. Have a good one, and don't grind too much. I did. Have fun. Oh shit, football game. Have fun. Good luck. Hope you get the goals. Cool, 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 cool. Football, huh? I haven't played football for so fucking long. I guess football is really popular in Europe as well. Which kind of makes sense. Cool, 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 cool. I'm just eating and watch. Ah, okay, okay, gotcha. Well, hope anyone who's playing that your friend playing, your site, friend's site or whatever, is winning. Hmm. It's confused. Shut the fuck up. All right, have a safe trip. I'll see you. I'll see you around. Have a good one. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. think I need to redo this part. God, I want to drink coffee so bad right now. I feel so low on energy. But I cannot. It's already this late. I wish I can stream on morning, in the morning or some shit. It'd be nice. It'd be so nice. Probably won't see a lot of people who's usually watched at this hour, but like it will be a good change of pace to stream in the morning. We're probably gonna get a new friends as well who hang out around that hour. Stream during work. I don't think that's a good idea. You know? Just saying. It's always a good idea, being productive. I wish that's the case. I really do wish that's the case. Oh, fuck. Wait, does it work now? Alright, so it doesn't. Alright, I guess I gotta fill the thingy thing in the corner with this. There you go. Might as well fill that with something. Ready to suck your cock, my wifey. Nice. Welcome home. What's up, 99Z? How you doing? How's work? Hopefully it's good. It's not too bad. Wait, you work on Sundays, well? What is your day off? Or is it like a different kind of system? Tuesday and Wednesday. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. It's like I actually have a lot of friends who work in a different kind of time stuff. Like it's not a 9 to 5 job. So the day offs are different. Like for example, Wednesday and Thursday is usually their day offs and stuff like that. But I work 4 hours. Don't happy. What? Wait, what's your job again? If you don't mind me asking, I forgot. What the fuck? 4 hours job and a 2 day off still? Huh? And receive almost the minimum wage. Oh, okay. But still though, 4 hours a day? I work at the airport promoting oh, right. 4 hours a day, 2 days off, and you still hit the minimum wage. Almost minimum wage. Wait, so it's below minimum wage? Oh no. Crazy. That's how it works. 500? Oh my god. I forgot you don't live in Indonesia. Indonesia minimum wage is like lower than that, unfortunately. Welcome to the third world country. Yeah, help. Help! The minimum wage is in France is 1,200 euros. Yeah, but shit's also like costs a lot more there, you know? I feel like, each country is just like kind of like they have higher payment, higher salary because they have to pay higher amount of price as well for daily stuff. Like for example, in my city, in my country, I can actually eat very full healthy meal, three meals a day for $5. That's like pushing it though, like maybe $7. But like I can eat three portion, 3 days, breakfast, lunch, dinner for full day. Nothing fancy, of course, but it's healthy. Like a lot of people eat it. Like rice, chicken, and then vegetables and stuff like that for $7 a day. Yeah. My daily meal as well. I like you know it cost me 5 to $7. Like if you want to get fancier, $10, and then you're good. $10 a day. But average is like 5 to 7. It's crazy. But at the same time, I feel like the only downside is that whenever I want to purchase something internationally, now that yeah, that sucks. Like for example, if I want to get a GPU, that kind of stuff. Eesh. Those stuff are a little bit different. You know? I gotta spend extra for those. Like for example, RTX 3060 Ti, which is the one that I was about to purchase a couple of months ago until the fucking price got, you know, gone up. RTX 3060 is around 1300, 1200. Like, yeah. Maybe now you can get it for like 1,000 exactly, 1,100 if lucky. But yeah, I gotta pay for like around $1,000 for a 3060 Ti. 1,000, and this is before tax. It's not even after tax, I think. 3060 Ti here is around 700 euro.
Here's the one here. Okay, listen, hear me out.
Not Ray, thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. What's up? How you doing? Hey, we have the same name. What's up? Another. Oh wait, I mean, sorry, not Ray. Sorry, I'm Ray, but you're not Ray. That's fair. But yeah, that's why I still, until this day, I'm still with my 1060 GTX 1060 and still haven't upgraded my GPU. So the fucking prices that is fucking above MSRP. Fucking suck ass, man. That's also the reason why it took me so long to get a VR. When all of my VR friends already have one, when they didn't, like, back then in fucking 2018, 2019, like, all of my friends, like, PC friends, like, don't have a VR. Every single one of them have VR except me. Until, like, a couple months ago. It's a fucking... stupid pricing, man. I had an R9 290 or some shit. I got second handed at 180 euro. Holy shit. R9 290? What year is that? Is that a new? R9 290. I mean, not new, but like. R9 290 is 2013. Holy shit. Okay, it's old. Still better than 1050? Well, yeah, obviously. 290 is like, at that time it was on par with fucking shit, I don't even know. What's the equivalent of that in video wise for 290? GTX 590. Okay, GTX 590. So it's like the flagship of the R9 series, I'm assuming. Is it? Damn. You had a fucking flagship. But then again, that is the one of the advantage of getting a flagship hardware, especially when it comes to like GPU. Just purchase it a little bit costly, like a little bit expensive than, you know, your medium range, but on the long term you're saving money if you're not planning to upgrade literally every single year or some shit. It's kind of sick though. It's kind of sick. I don't know. Hopefully, I can actually upgrade my PC sometime around this month. I'm hoping next month if the pricing is just right, and you know I'm waiting for my this month's salary and shit like that. I've been saving up actually for it, but at the same time I don't want to rush it. Like, who knows if the price is still going down, right? Because right now it's not MSRP yet. I'm gonna roll a joint and keep talking and listening. Don't worry. Yep. No worries. Oh, you wanna listen to some good shit? The good song for the good. I used to have a friend, one of my bandmate. One of my bandmate likes to get high a lot. So we share a lot of like a playlist that just like feels really nice to listen to get high. And this is one of them, which is a classic. Every part of me says go ahead. Our hopes up again. Oh no, not again. It feels like we all go backwards, darling. Yeah, I know you know. I know you know. Because I also have a friend who also likes to get high. And this is the song that they recommended me. Luckily, I feel so lucky because this is the song that introduced me to Tame Impala, and now they're one of my favorite band. Feels like I'm only go backward. It's okay, Rad. We can't afford after a kidney. No thanks. Also, what's up, Panda? How you doing? My hopes up again. No, not again. It feels like I go backwards, darling. Oh no. Something real. It feels like we only go backwards, baby. Part of me says go ahead. Hey, what's up, Digga? How you doing? Not again, it feels like we go backwards, darling. Woo! Yeah. Says go ahead. No, not again. It feels like I go backwards, darling. Woo! God, I love this song. Every part of me says go ahead. I thought you said the N-word for a moment. Wait, what? What's up, Psyche? Hello. How you doing? Nutella. Oh, let's go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How you guys doing, Dega, Panda, and Psyche, since you just got here? What's up, what's up? Today, there's not much going on, but I'm attempting to draw your forger. Forger. Is it forger? I don't know how to pronounce it, actually. Forger. My mood is what on the bottom right of the screen. Hell yeah, I feel yeah. It's like, oh shit, today's gotta be a good day. It's actually honestly one of my favorite GIF recently. I forget who showed me first. Was it Gar or something? Oh no, Sains. Sains. In the Trap House Discord. It's like, what the fuck is this? So hilarious. Let me add it. I wish I know who made it. The animation's actually really nice. It's kind of smooth. I better mess it up. I think I still need to add more though. Oh yeah, the roses have spikes on it. Hold up. Forgot about that. Damn, she looks so badass, by the way. Woo! Na, 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 na. Hmm. La, 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 la. Ah. Oh my god, tomorrow's Monday, bro! God. Not too excited about that. I'm gonna be honest. I actually gotta have a pretty fucking big project next week. Or this week, I guess. Fuck, man. Can he just not get a big project? Can he just, you know, just not? I just want to draw waifus, man. That's all I want to do, man. Oh, honeybee. It's also another good one. Mm. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. How do I? Mm. Do, 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 do. Stranger, honeybee, honeybee, there's no such thing as sweeter a thing. Honeybee, honeybee, there's no such thing as sweeter a sting. Honeybee, honeybee, there's no such thing as sweeter a sting. Honeybee, honeybee, there's no such thing as sweeter a sting. Fuck! Sorry, I cannot not sing along to that one. Such a good one. Music remind me of BBNG? Yeah, I know what you mean. Something like that. But I'm surprised you haven't heard of this one. Honeybee is pretty popular. Or maybe, I guess because I listen to this kind of song. This is Honeybee by Unknown Mortal Orchestra. Or you can just exclamation song in the chat. And you'll get a link, Spotify link to them. Honeybee, honeybee, there's not such thing, sweeter a thing. Honeybee. Fuck, so good. Wow. Honeybee, there's no such thing, the sweeter a thing. Honeybee. Yeah. That's usually the case. Because this is like their very popular song. To be fair. Mm. Woo! Stanky face. Woo! Oh my god. So good. Honeybee, honeybee. But also, to be fair, I also have to thank my friend when it comes to this kind of music, because it's not my genre either. The only reason I know this kind of songs, like this, Tame Impala, and all that kind of stuff, is I share a playlist with a guy who get high a lot, and this is like this type of song that I like to listen to when we hang out. Oh, is this? Oh. Outside, girl. But last night I looked up into the dark half of the blue. Woo! This is also good. Magnetism must have pissed you off. Oh, you listened to it yesterday? I see. That's the one I caught when I saw your dim in the light. Woof. So much trouble. Been all night. Stuck on the puzzle. Oh my god, so good. Donna, stuck on the puzzle. Let's listen to more Tame Impala. Whoa, you got a playlist. What is this? I always listen to this to the playlist. Actually chill. Hold up. 1886. Oh, okay. Oh shit, you want a song from the last one? Hold up. The last one is... Let me copy it. Boom. Sex Tourist by French Kicks. Ooh. Ooh. I love that voice. Bam, 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 bam. Woo! Oh, I love that voice. Wait, I missed it. But yeah, I think I'm going on a date with a girl today. Woo! Hell yeah, man. Have fun, have fun. Take it easy, yeah? Take it easy, yeah? He sounds like what's his name? John Mayer. But like a little bit more, you know? Like kind of John Mayer, but not really. Good shit. Dr. Dog. To the playlist you go. Alright. I'm kind of in the mood for some more Tame Impala, so let's play some of their good songs that I really like to listen to.
Tactical nuke!
Whoa! Hosel or Hustle. I still don't know which one is your pronunciation, but goddamn. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome. Dude, we love titties. Man, I love tits. Same bro, I fucking love anime honkers. God, I love them so much. It's Housel. Housel. Gotcha. Hustle. Hustle. Booba. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? How's your stream? What's up, what's up? How you doing? And yes, I'm drawing some stuff that apparently a lot of you guys kind of like. You know? I do kind of draw a lot of this, you know, stuff pretty often. So if you guys want to check the other stuff, you know, stick around. No, but I post all my drawings on Twitter if you want to check it out. More of a honker stuff. So goodbye. I used to be active on Instagram, but more at Twitter now because it's more convenient than Instagram.
Here's the one here. Okay, listen, hear me out.
And thank you for the follow, Flushy2. Appreciate it, much love. Welcome, welcome. You guys are new, so I usually sell feet pics for €5 each. Hit me up, I'm sexy e-girl. Don't. It's Zay, what have I told you about selling fit pics to newcomers? Hmm? What did I told you? Since you love you, change your smile. I was doing fine without you till I saw your face. Now I can't erase into all this bullshit. This is what you want. Is this who you are? I was doing fine without you. Turn away from mine. Followed by fit pics from furries, sorry. Real and true. Bum, 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 bum. You know what? Since some of you guys really like my drawing, let me showcase things that I draw recently. So, well, last week was Easter, so I get like a lot of commission Easter stuff, so you know, it's not weird when you're gonna see me drawing a lot of Easter stuff. Then, what else? I actually still have another Easter stuff that I need to do. And some other commission. Oh, this song's so good. Know that I'd be happier. Know that I'd be happier. Oh god, there's so many though. There's so many. You guys can just check it out. I'm pretty sure you guys gonna check it out. Change the scenery a little bit. Eventually, I love titties. Paw pics. God damn it, dude. Be happier. Know you will too. Know that I'd be happier. She got a red eye. Pretty nice as well. Eventually, eventually. There we go. Wait, it's the other way around. Shit. There we go. How long have I been streaming? Almost 2 hours. Okay. Let me just clean up the lines and everything, then we can move on to gaming. Alright, alright. So let me just... Eventually... Oh! Gone a little far, gone a little far, the sound of something. Oh shit, sorry. I just cannot not sing along with Tame Impala. Their song's so fucking good. On the borderline, the rest is silence unforgiven. Sign, something. Is Paint Tool site? No, I'm using Clip Studio Paint. Actually. I used to use Paint Tool site though, like a long time ago. But I couldn't get away. During the time that said it's so sad. Like a train, like a train. Will I be no love? Gonna dream must be tough. Will I be no love? That try. Will it be long enough? Will I be closer, close enough? Run it to R.I.P. Here comes the sun. On the borderline, then turning the tide, uncertain rapture. And another time, the train. Will I be no love that I trust long enough? God, I want tits in my mouth so bad. God, eager aren't we today? I'll be no love, feeling closer, close enough. On the borderline. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, it's a good song as well. Woo! Like a brand new person. I don't know if this is the right color actually. Shit. But we'll just apply it for now. We can fine tune it later. Spending way too much time sketching this one. But I don't care, I'm in love. Person. But I don't care, I'm in love. Oh my god. Forgot about this part. Let's take a darker color for the outfit. I think it should be the other way around, but I don't know. Or maybe her hair color's the same thing. Roll in another one. Oh shit. Honestly, this kind of songs really brings me back. Because I used to really hang out with my friend and just like listen to this kind of stuff while he's getting high. And I'm just chilling there because I don't smoke. I was like, oh shit. Still enjoying the time. University, college time's really different, man. I do sounds like a boomer though. University back then was so nice. Man. It's like not even like fucking 5 years. It's like 5 years ago, actually. Yeah. It's like a brand new person. Feels like I only go backwards, baby. Every part of me says go ahead. We could have been high just sitting in a close room with him smoking. Probably. It's probably. We don't really smoke in a close room usually. It's always like in the balcony of the dorm. Or not dorm, apartment. Or if it's gonna be in the room, he always gonna open the door. He's such a is a very considerate guy. Like he knows I don't smoke, so whenever he want to smoke around me, he will go to like near window or near the door. So it doesn't the smoke doesn't go towards my direction, stuff like that. Even though I don't mind. He's nice. He's nice. He's a homie. He's actually my drummer in my band back in college. Answer me, oh no, 'cause I died long ago. Aims to hold the time, something real. It feels like I only go backwards, baby. I love older woman. I love older men. Want to learn how to play drums so bad? I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard because drum is like very exceptionally loud. But you can, if you really want to, you can go for an E drums, like electric drums. Uh, Obviously, it's not gonna be as, the experience not gonna be as impactful as real drum. But you gotta start somewhere. You know, you gotta start somewhere. So, you know, give it a go, I guess. It's not gonna bother your neighbors at all because you're not gonna make any noise. So you gotta like either use a speaker or wear headphones. That's how my drummer practiced the drum in their house as well. I mean, in their apartment. Well, guitar is very like guitar, bass, keyboard. Those are very, flexible instrument. You can just play it in your room and no one's gonna give a shit. And if you have an electric guitar, you can just like wear your headphone and practice. Drum, on the other hand, yeah, you need an electric drum for that. And I don't think it's expensive either. Like it's not extremely expensive. I'm pretty sure you can get it for like a lot cheaper, even cheaper than an actual drum, if I'm not wrong. So if you're really interested, you can start there. Mm-hmm. Not being as loud as the voices. Let it happen. Let it happen. Just let it happen. Let it happen. Oh my god, dude, my back. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. You're just running around. It's on my shoulder. Oh, turn here, I'm alive. It's be morning. Not a weird wind and coming round, but don't be all the things about it. Let it happen, let it happen. If I never come back, tell my lovers I'm sorry. Ah, I miss a part. Guess I want to add it here as well. Maybe not. Be down here. Yeah. Ba da ba 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 da ba ba. I'm getting a little bit to zoom in now. I'm gonna put it here. You guys can see the full drawing. Stop. Here comes the best part. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Ja, ja. Oh, this is so good. You were not thinking that I will not do it. They be loving someone and I'm another story. Take the next ticket, take the next train. Why would I do it? Anyone I think that I cannot finish. You will not scare me and I get to it. Get through it. Try, we're not thinking that I'm allowed to do it. They be loving someone and I'm allowed to do it. In the next game, why would I do it? Oh, oh my god, so good. This is the best part about Tame Impala, the fucking bass guitar sound. Bow, 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 bow. Try to get through it, didn't wait to it. You were not thinking that I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed to take the next ticket, take the next train. Baby, now I'm ready, moving on. Oh, but maybe I was ready all along. Oh, I'm ready for the moment and the sound. Oh, but maybe I was ready all along. Fuck, why is this so good? Oh shit, this song. You know that you're dreaming about being the love I am. Know that your chances are slim. How many fucking movies use this song? Holy shit. Dude, I love that very crunchy guitar sound. Oh! Sorry. I love to do it. I love to play the guitar like that. That's with that sound. Kind of miss going to the studio. Fuck. It's so crunchy. I can eat it. I farted. Lol. Nani? Oh. Lul exclamation marks. Oh shit. Omega lul. Lol, guys, lol. Yeah. Oh, it's really good. Woo! Ah, this kind of song's really nice. It's to vibe. Tell me if it's too loud, chat. This is actually louder than the usual volume, but I'm really vibing right now. Damn. It's calling yours too. Why does this sad song always sound so good? God damn it. Fuck. Oh shit. Looks like we're almost done. The nose. I forgot. Oh my god. Oh my god, my back did. Alright, break. Gotta stretch up. Stretch your legs, chat. Don't sleep. Don't sit down for too long. Ugh. Stretch up. Let those blood flow so you don't die. Because if you die on stream, I'll get banned. Something like that. Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta refill my water and go to the toilet real quick. Uh, uh. Here, let the people distract you. There you go. Let me lower the song. I fucking turn it out too loud. The Tame Impala is such a fucking mood though. Sometimes we just can't help to like turn them pretty loud. Okay. Oh shit, took my leg. What should we play though after this? Actually, I have no idea what to play. Oh no, my stomach. My lactose intolerant stomach. Oh, not now. Fuck. Haha.
You lactose cap.
Ha 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 ha. Funny. Oh man. I'm actually it's really fucking obvious that I'm lactose intolerant. I never really get it checked it out, but one of my favorite drink is coffee milk. Cafe latte. Ah, shit. Do you guys got any videos? I might have to go to toilet in a bit. For sure. Just gonna need some company for videos while I'm away. As for a different milk next time, yeah, I can ask them for like fucking soy milk. Imagine asking for soy milk. I don't drink soy milk. I'm not a soy. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Should probably fix the fucking hand. Ah. Waku Waku? The fuck is that? The fuck is a Waku Waku? Sorry. You're drawing your foregear? Oh, is it like her thing? I haven't watched the anime. I just really like the fucking character design. I haven't watched a single second of the anime. Probably the trailer and then that's it. I'm planning to wait until it's finished airing. And then I'll watch it. But now people can shut the fuck up about the fucking anime and I feel like I need to check it out soon. I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of like waiting, like watching it show while it's airing. Like I hate it when I cannot binge watch something for some reason. Like that feeling where, you know, you're in a very intense episode and they just like leave you in this very intense moments like want to know more? Wait for the fucking next episode that's gonna release like fucking next week or some shit. Good night. Like, God damn it. Here, hold up. Let me check it. What do you think of the show, though, Gara? Or is there anyone else who've watched the show? Spy X Family. Is this like some good shit? Because I never heard of the manga, and then out of nowhere they just got fucking debuted, and everyone love it. I was like, what the fuck? That's actually insane. You know, like no one really talked about the manga. It's just like the fucking anime blew the fuck up. It's chill. Okay, let me see. Okay. Oh.
いらんこと言うな。
ワクワクOoh. That's actually cute. Yeah, I really need to watch it though. You might like your boy Kongming. Is that the girl's name? I thought her name's Anya. Who's Kongming? Is it the guy? Who? I remember the clip where she found out that the dude is a spy and the girl is the assassin. It's like, oh. Okay, it's those kind of shows. Like, oh, okay, I know where this is going. It's another series that is underrated. What's the series called? It's just Kongming? What is it about? I feel like I've heard the name before, but I never really doesn't sound interesting. Ya boy Kongming. Wait, that's the name of the series? Is it an anime? This sounds very interesting. I'll send you. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. God, drawing fucking fingers is so hard. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can I find an English trailer? Okay, hold up.
Why did you put a kidney on her wrist? Pepe laugh.
Kidney. Shut the fuck up. Hold up. It's not done yet. Right now I'm drawing with one hand and the other one's I'm using my own hand as a fucking thingy. Too lazy to take a picture right now with my finger. Hold up, Gara. Checking out in a bit. That's not what I meant. I'm using my other hand, my left hand, as an example for this. Such a very awkward hand to draw shape because she's holding the needle thingy. Nobody else. Nobody else. Alright, what is this?
次の人生は命のやり取りなどない平和な世界に生まれ変わりたいものだ。
What the
私は死んだはず。
あの諸葛孔明が
Wait, is this coming from the Three Kingdom?
まさかの転生
Okay.
あなたの歌は人を元気にします。
諸葛孔明が音楽シーンに新たな伝説を誕生させる
Oh my
私があ
god.
なたの軍師になります。
Let's party time! 予測不能天才軍師諸葛孔明圧倒的知略経略
He applies his strategy with a fucking girl bands.
やってやるよ MC バトル
I just like a bunch of musicians.
ありがとう。
孔明の策はうまくいくのか。今は音楽を楽しむといたしましょう。
2022年メンタル復活系エナジーエネルギッシュテレビアニメ爆誕パリピ孔明4月5日オンエア
Parikome. What the fuck? Interesting. That's one way to really introduce this traditional history into. Oh shit. I fucking love Japan, dude. Fucking crazy. Your boy Kongming. Fuck. Alright, enough Tame Impala. Yes, I'm so horny. I want a goth girl to step on me and destroy my entire existence. Jesus Christ, man. Chill, brother, chill. Boy. Oh. Tartazek. Tartazek? Tartachek? Sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Much love. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Why you gotta do this to me? Oh, why you gotta do this to me? Who made me wild? Why you gotta do this to me? Why you gotta make me underground? Nice little cat in the corner. Thank you. His name is Leo. Leo. Why you gotta do this to me? Oh, why you gotta do this to me? Why you gotta do this to me? Why you gotta leave me on the floor? Gotta leave me on the door. Out the door. Oh, I forgot the earrings. Ah. Shit. Okay. I forgot the earrings. Brother,ちょっと待ってね。Like I miss you. Do you miss me like I miss you? Deserve more viewers, to be honest. Aw, thank you. That's nice to say. It's aight. I'm chilling. I'm kinda just like, you know, chilling with whoever's in the chat and all that shit. You know, man, you know. But hey, I mean, I guess you guys can, like, you know, let your fucking, you know, mom, dad, grandma, your dog knows about my Twitter, my Twitch, you know. Yo, you guys should check out this guy named raddtrap, bro. Get like a cat in the corner while he's drawing and shit. I don't know. That helps. Let the people know. But thank you. It's kind of you. Do you miss me like I miss you? Oh, this song. Okay, okay. The earrings and the necklace thingy. Like a very small pendant here. How do you find this stream, if you don't mind me asking? Tartak? Tartak? Tartajak? Tarta. Sounds nice. What's that? Iconic rock songs riffs on cool instruments? Oh shit. As okay. Wait, keep that for later. I'm about to finish and I will do some React Andy. But do you have evil characters? Tag? Cause I'm evil. I'm evil as fuck. One time I eat Oreos, but I leave the cookies and only eat the creams, and I didn't eat the rest. It's right. So evil. And then one time I also went to the city on a bus, and when I get off, I didn't even say thank you to the bus driver. Okay. Leave a day to take you. Your time and not their life. Oh, 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 oh. You're the Novocaine, Novocaine. Such an evil streamer. You're my Novocaine. Sometimes it's a lie. Hey. I think it's you. Time and not their life. Oh, 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 Novocaine. You're my Novocaine. I believe it's in you, it's in you, it's in you. Your time and not their life. Oh, 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 Novocaine. Caine, Caine. Your time and not their life. Oh, 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 Novocaine. You're my Novocaine. Bum. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 I think the gold's a little bit too fucking bright. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. A bit darker. Okay, I think that's perfect. Oh my god. Yo, I just realized I haven't added put a more detail on her eyes. But it already looks pretty good actually, not gonna lie. But let me put more details on the eyes. Damn, she's gorgeous. Is she like the current most popular waifu in this year right now? In this season? Because I know recently the fucking weebs have been changing current favorite waifu constantly for past couple months. Like Marin, what's before that? What's this shy girl that can speak? I forgot her name. And then Nagatoro. And who else? There's like a couple. Komi-san, yes. Is your the new candidate, or is she's not it's not that popular? She probably will be. Ah. You know, one thing that I really like about this your and the Spy X family, the one that attracted me, was the art style. It's like very casual. It kind of reminded me of Chainsaw Man a little bit. Like it got that same vibe, but different art style. I don't know why I dig it. I dig. I dig. How long is the anime gonna be? Is it a 12 or a 24? If it's a 12, I might as well just wait for it till it finishes and then I'll binge watch it. Paradise in your eye. Yours and yours not mine. Say you never wanna go on your own. Oh, no. Only like I never gonna leave. Love me like you're yours. Love me like I'm never gonna leave. Love me like you're yours. Love me like I'm never gonna leave. You're yours. Ooh, I love this song so much. Love me like you're yours. Probably 12? Fuck yeah, then I'll just wait then. I'll chill. God damn, she looks gorgeous. I dig the character design. I dig it, honestly. You know what? I think I could just read the manga for a bit. I'm pretty sure the manga is probably good as well. And then I'll watch the anime when it's done. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be fine. Like I've already read Chainsaw Man, but I'm still excited for the anime because I know it's gonna be just as good or even better, if anything. But I'm always a firm believer that the manga is always the better, not necessarily better, but like the intended. It's always the more original intention because the creator stuff. Dude, Chainsaw Man's such a good fucking manga. Like, really good. Like, I wish more people would read it. Before, because a lot of my friends are right now just like don't give a shit about the manga and just waiting for the anime. But bro, you're missing out. If you haven't read Chainsaw Man, you're missing out. Something really fucking good, honestly. Like ever since Chainsaw Man, I'm a big fan of the author, that Fujimoto Sensei. That I always read his fucking one shots. I read his previous mangas, the fucking Fire, I forget the name, and two of his one shots. I also forget the name. One of them was Goodbye Airy, that I did the fan art like a while ago. It is the same with movies and books. True, that's always true. Of course, we can argue that sometimes the movies or the anime, the animated, the motion media, always a little bit more entertaining and a little bit easier to get into because books requires reading. Like I get it, but I don't know. Manga is different though. Manga and novel is just different. Especially a novel. I guess my thing that I don't like reading novel, but I read a lot of novel in my life. just not recently. Like one of my favorite manga novel of all time is 1Q84 by Murasaki. What's his name? 1Q84. Murakami. If you guys never tried it, if you also read, you never read 1Q84 by Haruki Murakami, please give it a go. Like, my God. Like, it's such a shame that the book never got adapted into movie, but at the same time, I kind of understand because of how absurd the story is. Like, if it get it's like one of those books or comic that or manga that's just like, you know, it's not gonna work if they gotta make an anime or a movie out of it, because it's not gonna translate well into a motion. Like, most of the time, the good part about it comes from your imagination with books and manga. Like, you're imagining the colors of the world. You imagine how they sound, how each of the characters sound or voice. You imagine how they move in between the pages. Like, those are very, very satisfying when you read a manga or when you read a novel or a book in general. In my opinion, that's like one of the most satisfying thing about reading manga and novel. That imagination going wild type of shit. Like, I remember one of the examples is that um let's see. Oh, I got lucky enough. Every word, your every desire. Oh. Like, I remember I was really lucky when I was a kid. My mom was a big fan of Harry Potter, that she bought all the novels before the movie was released. Like, she collected the books and shit, and I get to read it growing up. And I have my own. I still have it in my head. Like, I have my own version of Harry Potter's and his friends and his journey. Like Hagrid, Dumbledore, Voldemort. Like, those characters. Like, how I would imagine it in my head before the movies came. And then, oh my God, it feels so nice. It feels so nice. And the movie is like, your movie is really good, but when you have your own, when the story is so compelling and it's so immersive, it your head just like imagining things. Like, if it's really good, it would be really fucking cool, kind of shit. I don't know, dude. I hope that makes sense. I wonder how many people, for example, in the US doesn't know that The Witcher is originally an old Polish book and think the game or Netflix series was the first. Uh, Considering the fact that the author have issues, like, during the time when Witcher 3 blew up, the author of the original book, the Polish author, I forgot his name, the original author of The Witcher, like, trying to sue CD Projekt Red because he feel like he got scammed. Because I'm pretty sure because of that, a lot of people know. If you guys don't know that, basically, when CD Projekt Red wanted adapted The Witcher into the game, The Witcher 1, the author think basically he admitted that he thinks the game's not gonna launch. Basically, he just think that, oh, this devs probably just gonna make like a fucking couple, couple bucks. So what he did, instead of signing a contract of like fucking royalty, he just like, you know what, just pay me this amount of money and you can just do whatever with the Witcher series. Like, I'll give you this one book, you can do whatever with it. Adapt it in the fucking game. Sure. Yeah, you know what? It was like CD Projekt Red. I was like, yeah, sure, okay, cool. Like, it was a lot of money still, but it's not as much money as how The Witcher 3 make. And then he saw that, I was like, well, that was a scam. I want my money back and a couple more $1,000,000. I was like, what? That's not how it works, motherfucker. Like, he signed a fucking contract. You gotta take it or leave it. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It was kind of weird. But I don't know. It's like one of a great example of you can like the creation but not the creator type of situation. Because The Witcher is admittedly have a really good story, but the author is a different story. Mm. But yeah, it was really funny. I forgot how did they resolve the situation. Did they just give him a couple more money or some shit, or what's going on? I'm pretty sure CD Projekt won't mind giving them more money, considering they make so much with Witcher 3. But at the same time, they shouldn't have to if they don't want to, because it's not part of the deal. So I don't know. It's still pretty funny though, every time I think about it. Andrew Sapkowski. I hope I pronounced that properly. Drew. There's more really good books, but only The Witcher blew up outside of Poland. Ah, okay. So it's like a local legend, but only The Witcher. To be fair, the only reason we all know about The Witcher is because of CD Projekt Red. I'm gonna be honest, I never heard of the book. I never heard of the book. Legit, the only reason I know that it was based on a book is when you start the game, it just said based on the book by this guy. Other than that, I never knew The Witcher is from a book. I thought it was just fucking CD Projekt's original. You nailed it, Red. Thank you, dude. I'm trying to. It's just so gorgeous that I feel like I have to. Such a gorgeous character. How you doing, by the way? Akila. What's up, what's up? Calling out Mayday. Wee. Sorry. Jesus. Although I feel like The Witcher is like a bad experience example. There's also like a good experience example of like a game adapted a novel or a book into a game, and the author is like 100% in it, which is the Metro series, right? I'm pretty sure all of you guys know about that as well. It's also like the Metro 2033, Metro Last Light, and then Metro Exodus, all based on the book by Polish or Russian author. I have no idea either, but it's like around that region as well. I also don't remember his name because I cannot pronounce their name. I'm sorry. But I still remember his face and everything because I looked him up and everything. and he commented about the Witcher guy as like, I don't know, he's talking about something like, you know, you should be humble. The fact that your name is still being mentioned in the game. Like, dude's very humble. Like, you know, like Metro, without the developer of the Metro games, he said his game probably wouldn't be as big as it is. I mean, his book wouldn't be as big as it is, kind of thing. Like, you know, those kind of like very humbling uh personalities, like very cool.
Here's the one here. Okay,
Oh!
listen, hear me out.
Oh my god, really? Graffiti okay, oh, it's stylized. Graffiti callstatic. Graffiti callstatic. Okay, I think that's how you pronounce your name. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate much love. How you doing? And it's such a cool names. Sounds like a fucking Quake character. Actually, no, it's just because you have a lot of Q in your name. I immediately think about Quake for some reason. I don't know. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for a follow. Nice. Not yours and you're not mine. Say you never wanna go. You're on your own. Follow. Oh shit, we've already been drawing for 3 hours. Let me finish this. I'm just cleaning it right now. Your forger. Can't forget about Shadow. All right. I think we're good. Hold up, let me try something actually. Hello, what's up, Payne? How you doing? Oh shit, I think I'm getting sick. Damn it. Just woke up? Wait, what? I'm pretty sure it's like almost midnight at your place. What the hell? Did you oversleep? Or were you planning to wake up at this hour? Overslept? Ah, I see. Unfortunate. Hopefully it doesn't fuck around with your sleep time. Oh, with anything you plan tomorrow. Ah, fuck. It's 5:30 p.m. for me. Yeah. I remember Payne's time zone right now should be 11:30. Because yeah, we're only 1 hour different. That's what I remember. It's 10:30 for me. It's 5:30. 5:30, that means you're from EU. Europe. Europe. Damn right. Known so having hanging out with a lot of people from a different time zones kind of got me used to it. Like now I just remember a lot of people's time zone and shit. Definitely not stalking. Huh? Neither ever nor never goodbye. Such a good song. 5:30 p.m. as well. Hell yeah. Time zone. Sometimes I fucking hate time zone though. Like, they're like, it's kind of dumb to hate on something that's fucking scientific, but like, you know, it's just fucking annoying when you're friend with someone from EU or NA, right? And then you just want to schedule something, but like their fucking 2 p.m. is like my fucking midnight, and like I'm only free after this hour, but like on his free hour is like my fucking sleep time and everything. It's like, god damn it, man, so annoying. So annoying. Let me just fucking hang out with my friend, man, from fucking NA and EU. Have you thought about song requests on stream? I used to do that, but not anymore because of the fucking fucking DMCA. Because it only works with YouTube and shit. Doesn't work with Spotify, and I'm from ever since I've been playing songs on Spotify. And there's no song requests service that uses Spotify, unfortunately. So ever since that, I cannot do it. Sad. But if you do have any song suggestions and everything, do go ahead. Let me know. Let me know. I'm always down for, some new songs and shit. Actually got a lot of my songs from chat as well. Sometimes you guys also give me some really nice songs. Probably because you have to pay for it. I think SoundCloud will work. SoundCloud? I think SoundCloud kind of works. But still, though, you know, gotta be careful now of the fucking DMCA stuff. But if you have any suggestion, if it's like available on Spotify and shit, do let me know. You can give it a listen. I'm always down to listen to new stuff, you know? Warrior. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Try this. If it's not, if you don't have to like always copy a link, but appreciate as well. You just give me like the name of the song and stuff. If it's that easier. Oh, gore shit. I I I have some of their songs on my playlist, including this. Yeah, I have their songs. Tonight, it's gonna be a fine night tonight. I mean, who doesn't know gore shit? You guys better know about gore shit, chat. It's an instant classic. Oof. No? God damn it. Fair enough. His song's basically Dong Please type of song. Like it really matched the Dong Please vibe. Is it me or I cannot see the chat overlay? Yeah, the chat's kind of broken. Lucas mentioned it as well earlier. In the meantime, it doesn't work for now. Huh? What? Shit's end. Oh my god. It's so hard to see this. If you like music like this, I have 100+ song playlists with this. They give shit. Sure, I'm down. I have like a shit ton of playlists in my Spotify anyway. Always down for more. How's Spy's X Family so far? Since I'm guessing you watched it. Funny if you think that I have watched it. No, I haven't. Of course, I haven't. I literally just like the fucking character design, and I feel like I really want to draw it, so here I am. Dude, she looks gorgeous, alright? And I'm the type that binge watch. I don't really watch anime by the weekly or the daily shit, so you know what? I'll just like draw her based on the fucking whatever I can find on Google, and there you go. This is my interpretation of your forger. Here it is. Thank you. Save it up. Longest breakcore playlist. Oh shit. Oh my god, I forgot the earrings. Ah! Hold up. I swear I remember earlier and just like forgot about it again. Uh oh shit, dong please. Replace with this type of song. You replace people metal with dong, please. It'll fit. It'll fit better. It's a lot more. It got a more chaos. Or that. uh, yeah. I fucking love this kind of genre as well. Auntie. Wait, I just realized her fucking hair is longer than it is. Wait, I mean slightly longer. Like just a little bit, a tad bit more, like here. Hmm. Let me try something. should listen to this too when I play. Breakcore is really, at least for me, is really good for energetic type of game. When you kind of want to get into, like, high octane stuff. I used to listen to this kind of stuff like Apex and stuff like that. Or warming up in CSGO. We're talking about like way back. Ooh, this one's kind of pretty. Meow meow meow. It's like the song's meowing. Flop. Yeah, that works with the floppa. Oh! Hold up.
Always believe in freedom and freedom that we can draw anime girl. Yes, we can.
Thank you, Obama.
We're all,
Thanks.
we can. They believe
Obama? You... Okay. What? The fuck was that? Did someone clip that? Obama, I think he got affected by the fucking breakcore they were listening. He's like, what the fuck was that? Thank you though. Once with a 200 bitsies. Appreciate much love. What the fuck? It's kind of creepy. What the hell is that? I don't blame him though. That's how I feel with breakcore as well, you know what I mean? Like, if I can dance right now with this kind of song, basically dong please. You know? How you doing, by the way, Sin? What's up, what's up? Chilling before bed, hell yeah. Hope you had a good one. And hope your day was good. I haven't seen you the whole day. Not really. But you know what I mean. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Okay, I think that's fine. It's funny because I just saw your Good one. Good one, man. Good one. Oh shit. Oh my god, I think I'm getting sick, man. Fuck. So annoying. We all know if you dance, it's floppa. Emon moves his head perfectly. Yes, sir. Once in when Yuri appears. Oh yeah, it feels way too dang, man. It's also fitting with breakcore. Okay. Color it. Holy shit, this one. Oh! Those stretches. I gotta change the color for the hair, I think. Oh my god, okay, this is way too dank. Even for me. Holy shit, bro. Oh! Hold up. Gotta clean this up. Wait, what's it? Did I didn't listen to the alert? Fee Ojitas, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? Okay, I think a darker color for the outfit. 31, 28. I guess we'll do 20. Oh, fuck. Okay, this one's a little bit too much. Too much drum. Okay. Ah. Ooh. Okay. All right. That's right. What? Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Oh, this is a nice beat. I dig this. Hmm. Mm. Hey, Nani? Oh. Okay. See a fellow XQCL. Ah. Oh, fucking shit. Earrings. Okay, let me just draw it barely showing. Because it's behind her hair. I think it won't show in this part. Yeah, it's too behind the hair. Yeah, I'll just show it like that. All right. What is that, a video? Oh no. Oh no, the title of the video is not good. No, Saint's about to get fucking layoffs. No. From his dream job. React Andy? In a bit, in a bit. ちょっと待ってね。んなんだこれ。 Kind of want to play some games, but at the same time, I'm also kind of tired. Not gonna lie. Is there like a chill game that we can play? Actually, I might have some chill game that I can play. Coffee talk. True, true, but I feel like that's too chill. Am I, you know, something that I can still like interact, kind of thing. You play games? Shut the fuck up, man. You have Xbox Game Pass? Yes, I do. Is there like a new stuff? I actually haven't checked that place out. Like currently, right now, I'm not subbed. Cause there's not much game that I wanted to play yet. But if there's something interesting, I can just resub. Like check it out, everything. Ah. Is Jigs here? Jigs! Is he awake? No, it's not. He's still asleep. Fuck, I'm hungry. It's almost React Andy time. Town Scraper. Hold up, let me check. What is that game again? Oh, right. I actually wanted to give this game a try. Is it like super cool? Holy shit, overwhelmingly positive? Oh, I see. Oh, let me lower the volume. Guardian of the Galaxy. We chill with Guardian. Not anytime soon. With some story intense game. I'll play it once Sin become the president of Indonesia. And he will allow me to able to stream while working. Yeah. Free. For free. With no tax. Yeah, what? Doesn't make sense. Story in, huh? What?
I am the president of Indonesia. I allow free streaming and no tax for raddtrap.
Is that how you pronounce it? Indonesia. Gago. God damn it, man. Alright, I think we're good. There's nothing else. Oh, wait, I forgot. Holy shit. I forgot the fucking weapon. Do you guys think this golden color is good? Or is this like too bright or too dark? Should I change the color for the golden parts? What do you guys think? Golden is like, I rarely use golden. That's why I have no idea if this is the right golden or not. I'm also not a big fan of color golden, actually. I'm more of a silver guy. Your Forger. Try 25 on the dress. Ah, okay, that's much better. Watch video, we'll see why I'm gonna be jobless. Feels weak, man. No! Saint's job at Ubisoft gonna be gone. Yo! No more insider about the fucking sequel for Rayman 5. No. Oh my god, the spikes is not aligned. I am so fucking mad. I am fat. Feels no more Saints game. No more damn clemency. The fuck is clemency? Holy shit. Oh fuck. Clemency. Holy shit, clemency. Oh fuck. Fucking Tom Clemency. Stupid fuck. Oh shit. Fuck, you and Jix always got me with this fucking dumbass jokes. Every fucking time. It's like the most absurd fucking joke you can hear. Eh, nani? Oh. Up. Hey, fita. Tangina. Okay. Gara, teach me other swear words. We got tangina, Gago Batosta? Batosa? How do you pronounce that? Batosa? Batusa? No, not Indonesian. The Philippine one. Tagalog. I need to blend in Millie's channel when she's doing a Tagalog stream. Yes, no. I can teach you Megbazom Anyadat. Oh my fucking god. Megasom Anyadat. I'll fuck your mom. Is my pronunciation right? Megazom Anyadat. I feel like I pronounced it very fucking wrong there. Get away from me, Steven. I don't fucking know. I'm just reading it literally. Alright? Fuck off. Leave Britney alone. How about you, Gar? How about you? Give me the Tagalog. I think I give up with the fucking with the Hungary. I'm good. I don't think I'm capable. Legend says when foreigner speaks Hungarian, someone gets a new sleep paralysis demon. I can see that. This means hi. Red, this is you on VR chat. Hey! Good one. Good one! It's actually funny. Hope I'm almost done. Chotomate. Yo. Oh, sorry. Oh, that was the Indomie I ate earlier. Oh. Mm. Mm. Legend says when someone try to read IKEA names, they get new sleep paralysis demon. Some of them, yeah. Although I do know some IKEA language. Helvete. Fitta. Javla. So. Oh wait. It's the wrong one. Swedish language summons fame boys. Okay, wait, what the fuck? Wait, why? This is just because I fucking read it. No, I fucking use it. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fuck. Alright. 4 hours. Drawing of your forger. Feel like you can do better, but this is good enough. It's actually not bad at all, if I say so myself. Easy claps in the chat. Let's go. Another drawings finished. Yeah.
Your ball gear?
Huh? The fuck? Fuck you says me, little shit. Ball gear. Why does it spell like a ball gear? Your ball gear. Hmm. Let me add a very slight shading on her thingy so it looks somewhat reflectious. Reflectious? Is that a word? What makes a word when it's formed by a couple letters or more? Read every day. Fuck.
Don't simp for me, but thank you.
What the fuck is this?
Don't simp for me, but thank you.
Okay. Shut the fuck up, Chad. But thank you. Fuck off! Oh, I need water. Huh? Exactly. Alright, what is Oh!
You're a cunt.
Okay. I relate. I relate. Fuck. You're a cunt. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Alright, what else? Oh fuck, right? See? Once I zoomed out, I see things that I haven't done yet. Always do it. Alright, start giving me your long ass videos so we can watch it while I'm eating my dinner. Go. Now let's not go with the fucking Johnny Depp, anything related stuff, because fuck, man, I feel bad for the guy. I've seen enough, man. Really hope his fucking shit got settled and stuff. Just needs to go to fucking therapy there. Jesus Christ, you guys. Okay, you guys been holding it. Okay, Jesus. Alright, let me just post this shit to fucking Twitter. If you guys want to see all my fucking drawing in HD, you guys can check out my Twitter at twitter.com/raddtrap, or you can just go to the panel down below or type in exclamation socials in the chat and you'll get the link to my humble abode of social media where I post all my drawings and music that I do. So if you're interested, check it out. Exclamation socials in the chat. Motherfucker, I missed the shit again. There we go. Where should I put this? I don't want it to be too obvious, but I want it to be there, so fucking it's just there. I think here is fine. Have this link I sent our short videos? Nice. How's this? Is this fine? Sometimes I don't know where should I put my fucking signs. What do you guys think is the best way to put watermark of signature without actually getting in the way of the art, but still, you know, just letting people know it's there? Like I just actually used to put it here, and I saw people start fucking copy paste it everywhere. What the fuck? It's kind of weird. I don't even have followers, man. Why do you copy my fucking shit? It's like, what the fuck? I think on the right side, whatever. Replace her head with Leo, no one will notice. Alright, man. No, let's put it up middle and resize it. Bada bing, bada boom, dunzo. Yay! Another finished art by a raddtrap. It's been 64 years since the last time I finished an art. Wait, hold up. Just realized her arm have some leftover sketches. Just fucking. Alright, this time is for real. This is actually a good practice of mine that I usually do, but not in this drawing, is that once you finish your drawing, just let it stay still for like 1 day. And then come back to it again tomorrow, and then look at it again. Usually you will have like a fresh eye. Like, oh shit, I forgot this, or like, I forgot to remove this, I forgot to add this. It's always a good practice, actually. But in this case, I don't really care about it, so it's like, you know, just post it. Let me just, you know? Have you watched? Hold up. 1 second, 1 second. Tomatane. Where did I put my thingy? 1 second. And Dunzo. Oh, welcome back, Zay. What's up? She didn't say anything, so I went to the park. Oh, unlucky, dude. And my ex texted me and we talked like friends, which was cool. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Good shit, good shit. And sunbathed. God, it felt so good. Hell yeah, dude. Sunbathing is so good. Feels so nice. Live me some sunbath. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Here you go, chat. Here you go. If you want to check out the drawing in a more HD shit, it is right here. Kablam! Wait. Kablam! My Twitter. Check it out. Twitter.com/raddtrap. You know, it's just like a fucking plug right there. Alright. Kablam! Alright. Now, Ria Candy time. I wish we had sunlight today. European problem. Feels bad, man. On the other hand, I never really had anything colder than fucking less than 10 degrees, I think. In terms of like weather. Don't really know what it's like to I don't really have fucking snow and shit here, man. What is snow? Snow who? Your mom. YouTube. Ah! Sorry, hold up. God, you guys have so many fucking links. And I'm so high that I forgot that I wrote and went to get a snack and I was waiting for you to read it. What the fuck did I just write? Help. Forgot I wrote. I'm so high that I forgot I wrote and went to get a snack and I was waiting for you to read it. Oh, I read it. But yeah, it sucks that she didn't say anything, but it's cool that you text with your, you know, like friends. And the sun bath. That's fucking nice. I love sunbath myself. One of my favorite shit. Especially at the park. Oh. I haven't had that for so long, I'm gonna be honest with you. Never had that for so long. Yeah, hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're doing good. Need anything, just hit me up. I'll be right here. I'll be happy to. Wait, what do you say? I forgot. The fucking Gachi guy. My father. My dad. What the fuck is this? Oh wait, not. Ooh woo. You guys want this? The ooh woo. It's kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. Shit. I actually enjoy more when Red draws. Not sure why. That's nice. I mean, I do like drawing as well a lot, so that's why I draw. I'm glad you also enjoy it. Hell yeah. It's not animated, so no. Wait, who recommended this? Oh, Saints. I mean, it's cute and all, but yeah, I think we're good. What's this? What the fuck? Why? Yeah. Other guy. But it's not copyrighted, right? No, it's not. Make you understand. Ooh. Yeah. Hey. You cry goodbye. La la. And hurt you. Nice. Good shit. Good shit.
After Heihachi was defeated in the first...
Whoa, donkey? Wait, hold up. Hold up. One second. Alright, I'm back. I just gotta get some fucking fork.
After Heihachi was defeated in the first Tekken tournament, his rivals threw him off of a cliff. They should have found a bigger cliff!
Tekken 2!
The craziest thing about Tekken 2 is that it was developed in 1 year. This is one of those sequels that makes the original game look like a prototype, vastly improving in every direction. The human characters look like people, and the bear character looks like a bear instead of whatever this animal is, although he still looks like a beaver at the character select screen. Most importantly, Tekken 2 was the game to set the template for how the series would continue to evolve, boasting double the amount of moves and combos of the original game. A number which far surpassed competitors like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, but was still dwarfed by its main inspiration, Virtua Fighter 2.
We'll check it out, Zay.
However, Namco wasn't simply trying to replicate Sega's success on the PlayStation. They were going to war with Virtua Fighter. On paper, Yu Suzuki's series had more strategic depth, but in practice, Tekken ends up being the deeper game, and that's because people can actually execute the moves in Tekken.
True.
Everything about Tekken was more intuitive and user-friendly. Inputs were easier. Combos had more lenient timing. Punish windows were more obvious. Even Tekken's AI played more fair. Where Virtua Fighter's AI was running 12 different scams on the player, Tekken was only running 3. Tekken 2 was also where the developers started cranking up the coolness factor. Virtua Fighter was very reserved, very classy. It was more like, shall we duel? Tekken said, let's have a boxing dinosaur fighting robot for $1 trillion bill. You have not experienced the true battles of life until you have fought King in a dark church with the sunlight beaming down through the stained glass windows, and this song comes on.
Ooh!
Even by Tekken standards, this soundtrack is phenomenal. It gets you hyped up, but it plays it cool. It's high energy, but not high volume. Paul's theme comes in with these horns going over the stand-up bass, and then Herbie Hancock comes in on the theremin or some shit. Law's theme going way down to those low notes.
Law.
Then you got a dude playing piano in the club.
Ooh. Oh, this is funky.
Story-wise, there's some interesting stuff happening here. June drives a school bus out to a forest so that she
The
can
cutscene's
play with a
scuffed as
chipmunk. Wang's ending teases the character Jinpachi, who wouldn't appear until Tekken 5. King is staring at a video of real people, and then all the little kids come out to play with King, and he goes, yay! Unfortunately, the orphanage is running out of money, and King has turned to heavy drinking. The coolest thing to me is how the main characters swap roles. This time, Heihachi is the protagonist, and Kazuya is the final boss. During the final battle, Heihachi jumps in front of a laser beam to save Kazuya's life.
Oh
Kazuya's
no.
stunned. Then he smiles. And he grabs Heihachi and uses him as a shield to block laser beams from the devil man. and he chucks him at the Because of this, Heihachi throws Kazuya into an active volcano, because he threw him off of a cliff, when he was only 5 years old. Ultimately, Tekken 2 is a story of fathers and sons.
Kazama family.
Looking back, all of these years later, we see the series in its infancy, full of promise and creativity, with greater things still yet to come.
I love Tekken. Is like such a cool game, like graphic wise, visually, and like music and everything's just so cool. And if you played the Tekken since Tekken 2, I never played Tekken 1. If you played Tekken from Tekken 2, you know, it's just like basically it's a story about a bunch of fucking people with family and fucking a very fucked up family issue where each of their fucking son, fucking grandfather, father and son throw each other's dad on the cliff. Like, that's the summary of Tekken, basically. Oh, my dad throw his dad over the cliff, so I will throw my dad over the cliff, and then my son will throw me over the cliff when I was older. Oh, Ichika. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, it's a fretless and frets. Oh, what? The fuck? Hold up. Rexade, thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Yo, what the fuck is that sound? Oh. Where do you get that? Holy shit. It's such a interesting bass. It's another one? How can I play this guitar? What the fuck is that? Ew, what? Is that an electric guitar? E-guitar? The fuck is this? I've never seen this in my life before, and I play guitar. You can tune it? I thought it was an e-guitar. Ooh, that sounds nice. Ooh. Of course Ichika can make everything sounds good. Mmm! Whoa! Almost choked. Holy shit. Okay, come on. That's... I wonder what that is. I actually never seen that before. Damn, okay. Oh, shit, you guys got more videos? Okay. Calm down. We got like so many now.
Wait, she is? Millie is streaming. Are you free?
I already know this. Gara said it earlier at the start of the stream.
I tell you something in VC real quick.
Can I tell you something in VC real quick?
Oh, finally, guys. Is this an invitation from a girl? Finally, I got invited by a girl.
Hello?
Hello?
So
Hello? I'm streaming right now too, but I had to tell you something.
Yeah.
Can I tell you a pickup line? I actually meant to tell you this during the off collab.
Okay.
Why are you laughing? Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Alright. Girl.
What?
Okay, don't laugh! Don't laugh! Okay, so I'm gonna laugh. Okay, are you ready?
So
Yeah.
This is a pickup line that you know my clipping channel, Pandora's Box.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, he told me this one. He told me this pickup line.
Is this a Filipino pickup line?
No.
Okay, great.
Alright.
Gara, you need to teach me a fucking Filipino to pick up line, dude. I need to know.
Girl, are you from Mississippi? Cause you're the only miss who's pissed I want a sippy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that from you.
That was such a delayed ew. Like you thought about it for so long and then you said ew.
I don't know if I should laugh first or be disgusted and be surprised. What happened to
have
you?
fun playing Minecraft. Don't forget about the Beyonce.
Ew!
Bye, Lyra. Oh my god.
Bye, Millie. Have fun with your stream.
Oh my
Thank
god.
you.
Bye.
Are you streaming too?
Yeah, I'm just about to end though.
Oh, okay.
This was my grand finale.
Good one. Bye.
She even sounds like.
Bye.
She even talked like me. Good one.
That was. Am I a bad influence to Lyra? She has started changing, you know, like you probably don't notice this, but she surprised me, you know. Most of the time I'm the one who's trying to surprise her, but recently she usually caught me off guard on whatever she says. She's getting stronger, I think so too.
Did she say, am I a bad influence?
Wait.
No, it's fine. It's because she's Millie that I can say these things to her. I don't think I could say that pickup line, quote unquote, to anyone else except for her.
Microwave ka ba? Cause you make my heart melt. What is ka ba? Are you? Kasi di kita makakalimutan. What does that mean? Kasi di kita makakalimutan. What does that mean? Oh, I know this has something to do with password though, but because I won't forget you. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking corny. Hold up, let me write it down. Thank you. Yeah, I can pick up fucking Filipino girls, Chad. Woo. So dumb. Oh! Why is this like an intro? The intro for the enemy? Oh no. Is the show already finished airing? Oh no, I'm not ready for what. Oh. Is from this season? I haven't watched it. Actually, I haven't watched a single anime for a bit. I haven't got time for it. I want to draw Shikimori again. God, she looks so cool. I'm sorry. Fangirling. Ugh! What's up, by the way, Kay? How you doing? Welcome. I already dropped it ever. What the fuck is this Asian Scott? Asian Scott parent? The fuck? Okay, hold up. What's up? Welcome, by the way. You drop it after 2 episodes? Wait, why? Is it not that good? I do see the rating is actually like okay. It's like my anime list rated 7.3, which is like, you know, usually it's 8 for like good stuff. 7 is like eh, and 6 is like bad for Mal. She's cool. Res is extremely boring. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I when I read the manga, I was like, you know, the plot of the story was like, you know, it's cool, like, you know, slice of life high school of like, you know, and the fucking protagonist already dating, so it's not like there's a lot of drama or anything. It's more of like a 4 rom-com style and shit like that. In the manga, it's just cool because, you know, you get to see Shikimori in like full panel, like very high detailed drawing, like, you know, everything like very beautiful landscape in like a drawing style. It's like very, very cool. And I never really thought about how this show would or how this manga would work in anime, but I'll just check it out for the sake of Shikimori, because, you know, the manga's fucking cool. But I definitely see what you mean. I honestly think the only reason it's boring is because they're already dating from the start. Like in the manga, it's not really a fucking drama story. It's just a very, you know, cute, very light, you know, cute romance here and there. There's no drama going on. It's just an everyday life of someone's dating. That's all. And Shikimori is just cool as shit, you know. Actually, anime I can use to pass out of the boredom. She's high detail on anime too. Like, she's cool. Okay, I really need to check it out then. Noted. Alright, can you check DMs real quick? Uh, now? You sure you're just not extremely high? Okay. Alright, Alright, if you want to go to off stream, I'll drag you in. Hold up, chat, hold up. She's high in detail on anime too, but that doesn't make it decent for me. No drama, nothing happens, and the MC is just no. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's a very specific romance, I feel like. But wait. Okay, after this video then.
Welcome to the very first season of Asians Got Parent, where the most talented Asians from around the world compete for Asian parents' approval. Our very first judge today is Steven's dad.
Hello, I'm a professional Asian dad from Failure Management. Today, nobody is going to get a powder you from me. I've been proudly disappointing children since 1995. So I look forward to seeing the failures today.
The next judge is Tiger Mom.
I am ready to compel all the contestants chicken today. Because they not practice enough. I already know they don't. Not like Ling Ling, who practice 40 hours a day and become doctor at age 5. Why my son not like Ling Ling?
And lastly, we have Uncle Roger.
Hello, niece and nephew, it's Uncle Roger. I can't wait to see the performance today. It better not be disappointing like Jamie Oliver, egg fried rice.
Today we have 4 contestants who will compete for our parents' approval. Our very first contestant is Steven.
Yeah, when I was 5 years old, my dad really wanted me to play the piano, so he went all the way back to China to find the best wood in the world, allegedly, and he carried it all the way to America, allegedly, and allegedly he also said he carried it through like 20 rivers and 30 mountains. Allegedly. So I want to do my best and make him proud, because that's everything I've ever wanted.
Hello, what your name? And what you gonna do today?
Hello, my name is Steven. I'll be playing Chopin on the piano.
Chopin! Yikes. Of course they're using chopstick. This is so dumb.
Failure! Stupid! I told you go study, wasting time.
But Dad, they're gonna give us $1 million if we win.
What? I messed up. Producer, do you mind if I take it back? No, I need Steven to get the money because I want my convertible Mercedes. What? Can't take it back. What the hell?
Hey, let me ask you a question. How old are you?
This is so dumb, dude.
20.
Failure. Ling Ling already played that piece at 2 months old.
What with this interpretation? So bland, no flavor, no taste. Where the MSG in the music? Hiya, I'd rather go eat Rachel Ray's chicken breast.
Well, the judges weren't that impressed by Steven's playing. Let's see if our next contestant, Brett, will win their approval. I fell in love with music the very first second I touched the violin.
They're just using themselves.
I worked so hard.
This is so dumb.
For most of my life to get to where I am today.
They don't have enough
really
actors.
Hope today I can share with the world my passion for classical
Holy
music.
shit.
Hi, my name is Brett, and I'll be playing Andante from Bach's Second Sonata.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Fuyo, the playing not bad, not bad, Uncle Roger.
Shit, they're actually not disappointed.
Tell me what you want to do. What your hope and dream after this competition?
Oh, my dream is to become a professional violinist one day.
Disgusting.
Get out.
Music always just hobby only. Hiya, get proper job.
Viol.
Oh my god, it's too real. Too real. I can feel the pain.
For impressing your auntie at family reunion, not career.
You're not gonna be as good as Yo-Yo Ma. Just give up. Just give up.
Ah, shit.
Whoa, that took a wild turn. Well, next up we have Eddie, another violinist. Let's see if he can impress our Asian parents today.
It has been my lifelong dream to be on Asia's Got Parent, and today I'm certain I will finally win my parents' approval. How am I so certain? Well, you see, here's the thing. Life is just an endless series of exams, and every exam you can ace as long as you study. So, I've been studying talent shows for the last 2 months, and the probability of me succeeding is 100%.
Alright.
Hello, what's your name? What you doing today?
Hi, my name is Eddie, and I'm here to win today. I'll be playing Flight of the Bumblebee.
Flight of the Bumblebee? Failure! Why not Bumble A? Huh? Bees make honey, A's make money lah.
Good point, good point. But let's listen to him first.
Why?
Oh, no, stop! Kids, look away, cut the camera. This is disgusting, what you're doing.
God, I know what he's
Dishonor.
doing. They're making fun of those violinists who, like, I could play this song as like 10 times speed, but it doesn't sound good. It's just faster. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, but it's real.
So flexible. Not bad. Uncle Roger used to be like that also. But now I old now. Waist so stiff. That when Auntie Helen left, she found someone with more flexible waist. I don't like you. Goodbye.
Wow, none of the contestants so far have won the Asian parents' approval. Let's see if our very last contestant can break this pattern.
Hi, my name's Nigel. I'm just your average Asian guy, not super talented in anything. And that's okay, you know? Sometimes you just have to not always feel like you're not enough all the time, right? So I'm just gonna go up there and be myself.
Oh shit.
Hello, what's your name and what you performing today?
Hi, my name's Nigel. I'm not here to perform, I'm just here to be myself.
What, you mean you're not performing? What?
I'm
a doctor.
A doctor.
Okay, I'm dead.
I love you, son.
Your parents must be so proud of you.
Done.
Why can't Steven be like you?
Why can't my son be a doctor like you?
Good one. Fuck.
Hi everyone, I'm the act attorney.
30-minute about copyright abuse on YouTube featuring Quantum TV. Oh god. Is it that guy again? The one that talks shit about Elden Ring because it's not easy? Oh no. He's back about copyright abuse. Wait, I'm ready? Okay. Okay, yeah, you gotta be in the off stream, so I can drag you in. Okay. Yo.
Oh, fuck. Yo.
Yo.
Oh. Wait. What's up, Brad? What's up,
What's
guys?
up? What's up? Yo, Chad, this is Zay. You good? Alright, he left. Alright. Oh, shit. said you want to say something after the rip. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Alright, thank you. Alright, can I get some raddtrap H in the chat for Zay for ripping the big one for all of us in the chat. Thank you, Zay. Thank you for the performance. Hell yeah, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Okay, why am I coughing as well? What the fuck? I swear I didn't rip the one. No, I didn't. I don't smoke. Oh my god, it's got ears. Yeah, the rip's so fucking big it hits me as well. Holy shit. Good one. Alright. Continue. Wait, what is this? Once I got a video as well. Oh wait, not that one. Okay, let's save this for the last one, because this is a 30-minute video. 64 years since the last time I finished. What? Wait, is a clip? It's been 64 years since the last time I finished. You, how many times have you clipped me out of context? Damn it, man. Oh wait, not this.
Over the past year or two, the gaming industry has been...
Alright. This one is called... Ubisoft stock price tanks. Oh god. Unending struggle may lead to them selling the company. Oh my god, my voice changes. Okay, thank you.
Over the past year or two, the gaming industry has been rife with big fish eating little fish, big publishers buying out little publishers, and it would seem as though Ubisoft is currently in a position where they may be bought out, where they may be ready to sell the company because Ubisoft has been struggling quite a bit. It's
Saint's gonna lose his job.
Performing to the level that they have been in previous years. And so we started hearing rumblings of this from news outlet Bloomberg just yesterday, back in April 22nd, 2022, with an article whose headline reads, Assassin's Creed publisher Ubisoft draws buyout interest. Blackstone, KKR, among private equity firms studying business. French video game maker hasn't entered any serious talks. Scrolling down, you'll find the details. Ubisoft is attracting preliminary takeover interest from buyout funds. Ubisoft hasn't entered into any serious negotiations with potential acquirers, and it's unclear whether its major shareholders is willing to pursue a deal. So it's all still very much early in the process if this sale is even happening. Deliberations are at an early stage, and there is no certainty any of the suitors will proceed with offers. And when Blackstone, KKR, and Ubisoft were asked for comment on this, they declined, which goes to suggest at least the door is open, even if it's preliminary. And then we have this Kotaku report that went into further detail. They spoke to a number of sources. This was published earlier today. The headline reads, Report private equity eyeing Ubisoft as the next big gaming acquisition. Scrolling down, you'll find what sources relate to Kotaku. Ubisoft has been working closely with several outside consultancy firms in recent years to audit various parts of its business. While companies will do this to become more profitable and prepare for the future, sources Kotaku spoke with suggest it's a sign Ubisoft's trying to tidy up its books for a potential sale. They're cleaning house, making sure everything is in the right place so that when they're ready for a sale, everything looks squeaky clean and they can do this as smoothly as possible. There seem to be signs that they're preparing for such a possibility. So again, the door is open. If someone did want to buy Ubisoft, they would be potentially getting it at a huge discount. The stock was over $110 a share in July of 2018. Now it's at $41. They would still need to go through the Guillemot family, which is currently estimated to own 15% of the just under $5 billion market cap business. And indeed, if you look at the stock chart for Ubisoft Entertainment SA. You can see here in 2018, Ubisoft achieved an all-time high, but that has fluctuated quite a bit since. And in recent months, the stock price has really plummeted because of all the controversy surrounding the company.
NFT.
relatively not as great as it could be financial performance. Their games are just getting stale. Fan interest surrounding their IPs is diminishing because Ubisoft is frankly mishandling a lot of their IPs, especially where Tom Clancy is concerned. You name it, it's just not a good outlook. It feels like a company that's struggling to keep pace. Kotaku's report also suggests that CEO Yves Guillemot is potentially thinking of hanging up the mantle. The 35-year-old video game industry veteran might be looking for an exit strategy, and while he did back when Ubisoft was doing better, fend off attempted hostile takeover by Vivendi, it would seem as though now he's thinking it's just not worth the effort. Maybe it's best to just sell off the company and cut our losses. Not to mention that Yves Guillemot doesn't have a family heir to take over the business, as Charlie Guillemot, his son, actually left the company last year, resulting in no relatives left to take over the family business. And
oh no, that kind of sucks. A little bit sad, but ooh.
There was an article written about this by News Outlet Kotaku, published back in May 27th, 2021.
Even his son,
Charlie
dude.
Guillemot, son of Ubisoft CEO, is leaving the company. And it's not just sons of CEOs that is leaving the company. There's been just a general problem of attrition among its senior talent. In fact, I talked all about this in a previous video I discussed reports about how there's so many Ubisoft employees quitting the company that the employees are calling this the Great Exodus. This was from late 2021, December 20th, 2021. Yeah, when senior veteran talent is leaving at the rate that they are within Ubisoft, I mean, that's a lot of trouble. They're the developers who are kind of holding everything together in terms of keeping things organized, training new talent, and ensuring that you have a development environment with a pipeline that isn't clogged. But as senior talent leaves and they're continuously replaced by newer, less experienced talent, the quality of games and the efficiency of development are bound to suffer, as it's ultimately human beings who create these games and products. And then, of course, we can't forget about the reckoning Ubisoft is facing because of the culture of harassment, abuse, misconduct, and discrimination that they've fostered, with employees protesting, complaining that Ubisoft hasn't done enough, despite their claims that they're going to clean house and whatnot. And that controversy still raging on. Ubisoft employees and developers are still pissed about how that's being handled and how it continues to be mishandled. It's just this like perfect storm of not ideal scenarios. So desperate is Ubisoft to fill the gap of releases. At one point, they decided to turn one of Assassin's Creed Valhalla's planned DLCs into a standalone stopgap game. And then when it comes to other franchises like Far Cry, Ghost Recon, and a full-fledged Assassin's Creed game, the next one, the sequel for each respective IP's series, remains further out than Ubisoft had previously planned. So when it comes to the near future, their lineup isn't looking particularly enticing on the customer and player's end. Now, Ubisoft was reached out for comment. They responded as follows: "We don't comment on rumors or speculation. Ubisoft has unmatched creative and production capacities." I don't know if I can vouch for that, given all of their games feel so samey and similar and so stagnant as a result, with them recycling the same open world structure. But Ubisoft insists that their creativity is unmatched, with more than 20,000 talented people collaborating across our global studios on game development. Thanks to them and to our long-term approach and appetite for taking creative risks. I mean, they've taken some risks here and there, but for the most part, they have a reputation for all of their games kind of feeling like they are spin-offs of each other, if that makes sense. If anything, there seems to be a lack of creative drive, with them leaning on what's trending, trying to make their own Battle Royale, their own Call of Duty Warzone-like game. There's just a general lack of truly trying to push the boundaries and really trying to establish a trend that others want to follow instead of them being the ones following trends. But yeah, Ubisoft insists that with their approach to taking creative risks, we have built some of the industry's strongest proprietary brands and have many promising new brands and projects on the horizon. We also have one of the industry's deepest and most diversified...
I mean, let's be real here. Like, in my opinion, Ubisoft make good games. Like, if we like go to like Ubisoft games real quick, like fucking each of their series have their best fucking stuff. Like Assassin's Creed, Ezio storyline was probably the peak of Assassin's Creed in my opinion. And then Rainbow Six, they got fucking the classic Ghost Recon or the fucking Rainbow Six Siege that was actually pretty fucking good. I played a lot of Rainbow Six Siege. Fucking Far Cry have Far Cry 3 being like one of the most iconic game in the history of gaming at this point that some of the fucking part of the game become a history. The gaming industry, fucking, I don't know, man. They make good shit. It's just that once they know they made good shit, they fucking ruin it by copy pasting it and make it like I don't know, dude. It's just they just somehow always manage to fuck up a good game, a good series. They just manage to fuck it up in some way, one or another. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like Watch Dogs 1 was pretty fucking good. Watch Dogs 2 was ugh. I don't know. It's just kind of sad though, I'm gonna be honest. Because, you know, they did make some history in the gaming industry. Unfortunately, they got greedy as fuck. I don't think it counts saying that they do good games when they have 100 games on each series. One of them must be actually decent. Well, yeah, true. What I'm trying to say is that each of their series always have that one or two gemstone. Like Assassin's Creed with Ezio, you know, Far Cry with Far Cry 3. Like, there's always that good one. But it's always in the early series. Because later on, they just abuse the fucking dead horse. Like, kicking the fucking dead horse. Like, you'll make more money like you make so much money with Far Cry 3. Or Assassin's Creed 2. Make more money. Come on. That's not how fucking game works, dude. Check DM, there's business to take care of. Sure. New Agent trailer? Ooh! It's out! Okay, alright. We need to watch this right now. But, yeah, that's my take on Ubisoft. They make history in one way or another. Like, everyone can say, yeah, they are a AAA games company. You know, they have all the money in the world to make good games. But they fell off. We can all agree they fucking fell off. They're not the way they used to be, but we all remember that we all had good time with some of their games, basically. Good and Evil, AC1, 2, Prince of Persia, Splinter Cell, The Crew, For Honor, Ride of Republic, Warcraft 2, 3, what else like it? Do you have a shit company, but you can downplay it? It got you by the balls. I mean, sure. Yeah, Prince of Persia is okay. Like, it was good, but like, you know, Splinter Cell, yeah. But again, only the old ones were good. And they never make a new one anymore. The Crew, I never really got into it because Forza Horizon caught me by the balls first. Like, it's such a good fucking grab. Like, what? For Honor was fun while it lasts. Was not really my type, but it was fun. Riders Republic is also fun, but overpriced for me. Watch Dogs, sure. Yeah, you know, subjective. Those are like subjective, but yeah, this and that, you know. Like, we all know why you are the Ubisoft guy in the chat, Saints, because you happen to like a lot of Ubisoft games. I respect that. You know? We all have our own shit that we really like as well. Like, you know how I like certain characters, you know, with braids. Alright, anyway, next trailer. We got Gisler, Fate Agent trailer. Valorant. New trailer, new agent. Istanbul? Oh shit, she's a Turkey.
Our blackmailer is headed east. Leon, this is Sova. Confirm you have target visual.
Hey, Neon in the cutscene, let's go. Oh, this is so cool. It's like the character gives nightmare to each of them. No, Brim. Sova.
I've seen your darkest fears.
Oh, she's so fucking sick. Ooh. God damn, she's hot. Oh, look at those hairstyle. So she's like a agent from Turkey? 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 God damn. Oh, that's such a cool scene. Such a cool perspective. Okay. Fate. When is she gonna release? Wait, hold up. Is there a gameplay for her yet? Phase. Fade. Wait, no. What's her name again? Fade, yeah. Okay, there's none. Alright. Cool. Oh, it's so cool. Dude, I always like Riot game character design. They always make like sexy ass character. Like how you like Fear Hot Kanojo. Guess here was be gaming. True. Borpa Milady? Sure. Why not? I don't know who requested this, but I can see some of you guys use it when I'm drawing some stuff. Alright. Next one, we got Steel Rising 5-minute gameplay video. Alpha footage. Steel Rising? What game? Which game is this again? Whoa! Oh, I do not like the camera. Okay, we got Souls-like vibe going on. HP, stamina, item. Very hack, like dodging, focus. Of course we got dogs. It's not a Souls-like if it's not a dog, it doesn't have a dog. The camera's giving me nausea though, I'm not gonna lie. Although it did say it's alpha footage. So I hope they fix that. Okay. Okay. Oh, so you're like a mannequin? Cyborg mannequin-ish? Oh, I want to see that. Weapon, physical affinity, weight, grade, impact, immobilization. Power, durability, agility, figure. Okay, yeah. It's a Souls-like for sure. Okay. I mean... not a big fan of this style. The art style, but... if the gameplay is fun, I can get over it. As in right now, this alpha footage is very alpha. I'm gonna lie. Like, this is not appealing. If anything, they have balls to show this, actually. Because this is not that good, I'm gonna be honest. But it has potential if they polish it. God, the frames is so bad as well. It got that Victorian era vibe, like the Bloodborne Victorian era, but a little bit more realistic rather than nightmarish Victorian era. Paris, 1789. God. The main character looks so creepy. Who's the developer? Nacon? Ooh, oh, this part of the area looks cool. Alright, double jump. Oh, boss fight, boss cutscene. Of course. Bishop of this city? Side? Cite? They got the tutorial boss fight vibe. It's like the Asylum Demon vibe. It's very basic. Yeah, it's probably a tutorial boss. They need to redo the way the camera shakes. It's a little bit. Oh, critical attack. By the way, this is official. This video is actually officially uploaded by the publisher themselves, Nacon. So that's why I said they got balls. Did they just do, was that Sekiro hook? Rappel hook? Oh. Let's go. Yeah, this got a very... I mean, they're trying to be original. I respect that. Like a Souls-like, but like very original art style and very... It's just that it's very fucking rough right now. Obviously. I just wish they don't show me this right now because it doesn't... It's... Makes me don't want to play it. You know? Because it's so fucking rough right now. But whatever. I'm a firm believer of, I'm not gonna judge it until I play it. So... Is there a release date for this? Still rising. How many games had that, man? No, yeah, but like, you know, I'm just saying that because, you know, it's a Souls-like that have grapple hook. Not really, literally. Exclusive new gameplay today. This is the same shit. Okay, this is their... Wait, this is on December?
The king has gone insane.
Wait, this is on the Game Awards? Why don't I remember this?
He is a proponent of a theory called animal magnetism. He's capable of anything.
We watched the Game Awards, didn't we?
This
together?
wasn't his masterpiece. It could do much more than dance.
Angel of death, descended from the heavens to vanquish the clockwork.
Do you guys remember this game in the Game Awards?
Just as they described. These machines feed on the dead. The greater the massacre,
I honestly don't
the
remember.
deeper the river where they slake their thirst.
Oh shit, they already said the month. It's not a year. June 2022. Like 2 months. Okay. Ooh, wait. Are they sure they're gonna release this game in 2 months? The gameplay that we just watched was 9 days ago. And it's still an alpha. It's gotta get delayed. 100%. 100% delayed. There is no way this game is fucking shipped in June. No way. Definitely, maybe later this year. Not now. trailers are always fake. I mean, yeah, it's always like that. That's why you always want to watch the gameplay instead of this CGI trailer or whatever the fuck the trailer is. Alright. Next, we got Asterigos gameplay trailer.
Curiosity drives us forward.
Oh shit. Disney art
leading
style.
us to explore the known and challenge the unknown.
Okay. Very family-friendly art
makes
style.
us forget our limits and attempt to control that which should never be touched. The righteous path is always fraught with danger. The curse of Aphis has proven this, and none of us should repeat the same mistake.
Tumba. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really feeling the art style. It's not really my type. But then again, we played Kana, the game, the fucking animation studio make a game, turn developer thingy. I will. Is there like an actual gameplay trailer? Because that was not convincing me. I'm gonna be honest. Like actual gameplay stuff.
Because I'm really advanced. Until the gameplay is good, I don't really care that much, to be honest. Although I know for a fact, which sounds like the level design done correctly, is RPG, which has the same idea for the level design. And I believe that I said that the best thing about the demo
is to
select two different weapons and Acme game OP when it comes to defense, but we'll see. Dual blades look really fun. It's a fast-paced style of combat that allows you to do quick backstabs. I personally don't prefer a fast-paced style of combat, but I might try this out, just because it looks really good. And speaking of that, I recently...
This is not really my thing, but let me know when it's out. I'll check it out, if I want to play it or not. Alright, no. Am I reading this right? Outriders? Okay, Outriders World Slayer reveal trailer. What the hell is this? I guess you remember Outriders? Alright.
There's a reckoning coming.
Oh shit,
Two paths diverge before you, Outrider. One leads to a new beginning, and the other to pain.
If we don't find a way to stop what's coming, there will be nowhere for us to hide.
Is it like an expansion trailer?
You've been fighting for so long that you've lost sight of what is true. There is no saving humanity. Humanity is already dead.
God, she's so edgy. Ha 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 ha. The trailer is pretty sexy, I'll give him that. The trailer itself is pretty sexy, I'll give him that, but I mean, you know, everyone very talented artists can make a sexy ass trailer out of a shitty game. So, why? Wait, why does it say pre-order? Is this like a? I don't get it. The fuck is this? Outriders World Slayer. Oh, it is an expansion. Okay. Not gonna play it, cause yeah, we already played Outriders, chat. Let's be honest. We already played Outriders. It was cool, but it's just boring. I'm sorry. Wait, what is this? Mechanical techno demonstration. Ooh. I love me some techno. Oh, is it timestamp? Sorry, my bad. Okay. Ooh. Oh, this is very raw. Holy shit. What the f... Ooh! This is so fucking... This is so raw. Holy shit. It's like live remixing with a vinyl, but like multiple vinyl layered on top of each other with a very wacky ass DIY. It's like, Mom, can I buy a DJ set? No, build it yourself. Okay. Like, this is basically remixing in a... Oh my... This is actually sick. It's such a nerdy musical shit. I love this kind of stuff. Oh. Yeah, who sent this? Ooh, what the fuck? Alright. It got my subscription. What the fuck? Okay, hold up. I wanna see what else does he do? Oh my god, this guy's raw as fuck. Oh. Oh, let's check it out real quick. Oh, of course it starts up. Yeah, hell yeah. I dig this shit. It's a fucking harmonica. I mean melodica, not harmonica. I used to learn that when I was still in elementary school. Oh, he's taking his time. Hold up, let me speed it up a little bit. He fucking looped the shit out of this with a fucking tapes. Oh my god. Okay, this guy reject modernity at its best. Oh my god. Hold up, let's speed up. Ooh. Oh, okay. Okay, it's turning into something. This is avant-garde at its best. Ooh. Feels dumb. It's like he knows how to produce music. It's just he's using a very like not pleasant Ooh. Oh, that's what it. This is actually cool. I wanted to check it out. We saw the trailer earlier. Gara showed us. Fucking Zugelia. The modern world. It's so fucking weird. I love it. Zugelia's DJ. Oh shit. I love it so much. Oh my god, even the opening's so fucking over the top. It's amazing, dude. We have to actually learn to choreograph it and do it fiercely now. I'm down. I'm down. Should do it like in fucking in synchronized, like in the video. Oh shit! I did to put this on my watch list. Oh fuck! Ya boy Kong Ming. All right. Ah, we got to the video, the grand finale for today. The Actman versus Quantum TV. This time about copyright abuse on YouTube. Holy shit! Number 7 trending for gaming. Interesting. All right. Check it out.
Hi everyone, I'm the Act Attorney here. What a pleasure it is to meet all of you today. I am so thrilled and excited. Today, we're going to be talking about copyright abuse and why filing false copyright takedowns is considered perjury, which is a crime under U.S. law section 512F of the DMCA. How's that for an intro? Never gonna be doing something like that again.
You guys literally sound like
abuse victims, right?
Can we all take a second to think about how this guy career is about to get destroyed because he's slandering Elden Ring a little bit too much? Because Elden Ring's fucking push him off his sit, and it's like, oh, it's just not a game for me, but he decided to say it's like it's just fucking shit ass. Oh my god, what the fuck's going on?
So I would say this game is for somebody, they have no family, no friends, no life. I'm not sorry, I don't like Elden Ring players. They're nasty people. The players are losers. And literally just
You do not.
all these claims and accusations, literally living up
Dark
to every
Souls
gamer
2.
stereotype that you could possibly imagine. And you want to literally prove my point by being that literally loser. You're literally like a shut-in loser that like does this. And these people are literally like, bro, like they are literally scumbags. They like literally the textbook definition of like a bad human being. Like, you know, you want to sit there and you want to act like I'm some bad human being, you can get bent, dude. Look at you. Literally look at what you're doing.
Yeah, so apparently
Fine for me. I'm ready.
is after he's you know, he fucking take down a video of other people talking about how he is not doing a good review. He abusively copyright take down someone else who's just fairly use his video for, like, you know, just saying that, oh, this guy's not talking about this review very well, about, you know, his video's just not right, and he fucking take down their other video that was making money. So apparently he's abusing another kind of shit. So I don't know.
Maybe that's why you don't have a ring on your finger. Maybe that's why your kids aren't around. Because maybe there's something wrong with you. At the end of the day, go kill yourself. Because maybe there's something wrong with you.
A game that's not for everyone isn't the game that should be made by.
Maybe there's something wrong with you. Maybe there's something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. Maybe there's something wrong with you. Literally look at what you're doing. Maybe there's something wrong with you.
Alright, I'm recording this after the fact just to give a fair warning. A lot of the stuff I'll be showing and reading in this video
understand,
is
though.
pretty offensive. None of it comes from me, and trust me, it all has a point. So, here we are.
I don't understand why Ackman make this video. He probably, because you know, he's been a YouTuber for so fucking long. Like, I was still in fucking high school when this guy make videos, and he probably have been fighting against so many guys just abusingly take down his video for some dumb shit, and apparently it's a copyright abuse kind of shit. It probably like have enough, like, finally make a 30-minute video just like to take it all out.
You take the blue pill, you click off this video, go to bed, wake up, everything's the same. You take the red pill, and I show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Court is now in session. A false copyright strike and takedown request was recently filed against my channel. Take a guess by who? Nat Haas. Nope. Derek Savage. Nope. Quantum TV.
You guys want to have your fun with Quantum TV? Have your fun at this point. I mean, I'm kind of amused by this. I'm not gonna lie.
So you think it's funny? The star of my Elden Ring hot takes video. If you haven't watched it, it'll be linked in the description. That video is going to remain public, and it will remain public forever.
So since, what is his name here? The Act Man? Never heard of you, and we're going to go...
Okay, dude. Never heard of you. Never heard of you. Dude, no wonder you never... What the fuck? How long have you been gaming, motherfucker? What the fuck? Who never heard of the Act Man? If you've been around for you... Maybe it's not been around on YouTube for too long.
Over your so-called hot takes, which contains a lot of stolen footage.
Oh, shit.
And which, by the way, I'll look into my options around getting that taken down.
Any further attempts to falsely copyright strike my channel will be met with a counter lawsuit in which I will clean you out.
When you start talking fair use, you are opening a legal battle because you're telling the copyright owner, fuck you, I can do what I want. Fuck you, I can do what I want. Fuck you, I can do what I want. Fuck you, I can do what I want.
I've also been updating fans curious about this because it is a big deal, but follow me on Twitter. I've been posting stuff and details there. This has gotten so far out of control, I have no choice but to unleash my true power as the Act Attorney. And although I have no legal authority as a lawyer, that's the end of that sentence. If you're curious about how copyright enforcement works on YouTube, Mudahar made a great video summing up the ramifications and what is actually at stake.
Again, once you file this claim, somebody else can counterclaim you, and then it becomes a legal issue. If it turns out that you're actually abusing this for your own benefit, just to hide criticism, and you've actually taken down legally fair use content, this bites you on your ass. This is not authorized by the copyright owner, its agent, or the law. The law, okay? That includes fair use dealings, fair use law. If you were to take this video to a fucking courtroom, the judge would say this is fair use, okay? Even though fair use is a gray area.
You know, normally reacting or commentating on someone else's video as part of a critique falls under fair use. And generally speaking, pretty much everyone on this platform understands that, because if we didn't, then we would just be taking down other people's videos that we don't like all the time. And so while editing the hot takes video, I made sure to edit as much of the original Quantum TV clips as I could.
Why I am very confident that what you guys do in your takedown journalism of other YouTubers and other creators is not only not fair use, but it's YouTube's textbook definition of cyberbullying and harassment.
Objection!
What I posted was fair use. And YouTube agrees with me, which is why they rejected the copyright takedown. Now keep in mind, in this legal document, not only is it false, but he didn't even bother to fill it out properly. The link to his video is missing, and he wrote the wrong title for the videos he was claiming. I have the original titles here. I will put them on screen. If you send a DMCA takedown notice that is both false and meant in bad faith, such as to harass or doesn't state a real claim, you have committed perjury.
Take that!
You posted these to YouTube. You can't file false claims and lie in the claim, you absolute moron. You can't beat the Act Attorney, man. I played all the Ace Attorney games. I played them all. In my last video, I said this. It's like a rabbit hole we don't even want to go down. Unfortunately, now we have to. Some people might ask, well, why are you making this video? Why are you giving him exposure? I understand your concerns, but this affects the entire YouTube platform. True. By the way, he's not gaining much of a following or viewership from all of this controversy, and my end goal is the termination of his YouTube channel for routinely abusing copyright violating terms of service and the YouTube community guidelines. All of this that is outlined, I'm going to show you evidence of how Quantum TV has violated all of it. But let's start at the beginning.
Oh
Amazing. Let's give a shout out to Mischief. And there are all these people saying that I falsely attacked some young kid. Everybody loves to put his age out. The moment I mention it, why are you so obsessed with his age? I don't care, he's a minor, leave it alone.
For some reason, he's really obsessed with the age of Mischief.
Like, nobody gives a shit about his age. He's being a piece of garbage. People like Mischief, who apparently is a young child. Maybe Mischief's mother might want to get in on this. What? All the negative press you've seen on me is because I reviewed a game once, didn't like it, some 16-year-old kid picked it up. This is said 16-year-old. 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid from the UK. Mischief, the 16-year-old kid. You're not some young 16-year-old kid on the internet. There was a 16-year-old kid. This kid. He's a 16-year-old. There's a 16-year-old kid. Some 16-year-old kid. 16-year-old kid on the Mischief is the chief orchestrator behind this entire thing. This is all about Mischief, who's orchestrating this, who's running to every YouTuber he can. And again, it's always orchestrated by this one little shit. He is whining and lying to everyone he can. I mean, I'm so fucking tired of this little kid. I swear to God, even with this motherfucker right now. All of this started because of some 16-year-old kid. This one little shit, Mischief. And the thing that really gets me the most annoyed is it all started with Mischief. Like, nobody gives a shit about his age.
Quantum TV is right. This all started with Mischief. He uploaded a video critiquing Quantum's first review of Elden Ring. The man was not pleased.
Quantum TV is the exact type of channel which makes you consistently have to sit back and ponder the question, what the actual fuck is wrong with this man? Even though he himself is more than happy to poor shame people in now deleted replies to my community posts. I want to clear up one or two things regarding why I myself took down the video initially. First of all, at the time I simply said to myself, fuck this, I'll deal with it later, and so took it down.
So Mischief took his video down because he didn't want to deal with that, and Quantum celebrated his victory and retract his claim.
You steal videos and you lie through your fucking teeth. This guy is going around to every YouTuber he can fucking find saying, he's saying I'm violating YouTube terms of service and he's bullying me. He's playing the fucking victim. Let me put this on the screen for every motherfucker right now that needs to see this shit. This little turd literally pulled his own video.
Yeah, because he probably doesn't want to get a fucking copyright strike.
Yeah. But the damage and intent was made apparent to the rest of us because we all understand the gravity of using copyright against other content creators. This is something that will naturally draw people's attention, especially if it is being abused.
This is all about Mischief, who's orchestrating this, who's running to every YouTuber he can.
Objection! Objection! Mr. TV, I'm afraid I must expose your ignorance. For you see, Mischief never orchestrated any attack against you. Take a look at this screenshot. Would you kindly take a look at this screenshot? I wouldn't recommend making a video on that Quantum guy. Well, Mr. TV, care to explain how Mischief could be orchestrating a cyberbullying campaign against you at the same time he's telling the rest of us not to go after you? Because I would love to hear an explanation. Or do I smell a contradiction? You're only blaming Mischief for all of this because he made the first video. This has all been a facade to silence criticism about you. You have it backwards. Mischief didn't reach out to me. I reached out to him. As you can see in these DMs here. Make no mistake, Quantum, your takes were so bad. They were the worst I've ever seen. But you are the only one responsible for escalating this situation. You used your platform, your standing to routinely harass Mischief.
I mean, I'm so fucking tired of this little kid, I swear to God. I can't even with this motherfucker right now. Third, right? I'm the bad guy here for telling some small punk that wants to steal from other people and just shit on them. Just absolutely shit on them.
Bro, the only one stealing is you because you're stealing everyone's fucking intelligence.
The fact that Mischief was 16, 17 just made it shittier because he's young. Because someone like that could easily be manipulated by someone like you. But that's a smart kid, man. I mean, he's only 16 years old and you couldn't get the best of him?
And a lot of smaller channels, 200 subscribers, 400 subscribers, 4,000 subscribers, that tier of lower YouTuber, amazing. Let's give a shout out to Mischief.
You know, that is a great idea, Quantum. For once we agree on something. Everybody, go subscribe to Mischief. Let's get him to more subscribers than Quantum TV so we can see who the real...
Hold up.
Him to more subscribers than...
65K. Oh wait, this is not him. Mischief. Oh. Oh no. Oh god.
Quantum TV so we can see who the real lower tier YouTuber is. Wouldn't that be amazing? Subscribe to Mischief for justice. Never in your wildest dreams did you expect someone like Mischief to have a powerful ally like me. But against scum like you, I'll always try to be there to clean up the streets. It's funny, isn't it? The old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. While I may not like what Griffin Gaming has to say about some of my videos or my Vanguard review, who cares about any of that? This is way more important. YouTube is a platform where we should all be able to hate each other and coexist. You threaten that, Quantum.
They smack talk and smear somebody's reputation that they don't like for the moment and move on to the next person. You know who's also big for doing this? Griffin Gaming. There's so many.
That's right, bro.
For some reason, you decide to go after Griffin Gaming too for doing the same thing Mischief did. God knows how many other YouTubers you've attacked in the comment section.
Oh, no.
The pattern is Quantum will start beef with anyone who talks about him. He'll produce a video, leave it up for a day, and then delete it because he realized what a disaster it is for him.
Like, for fuck's sake, he pulled his own video. Deleted by user. You tell me what that shit means.
That's what you call ironic.
I got all these fuckers calling me out of my name. I'm a scumbag. I'm this, that, and the third.
You are, bro.
Many gamers that do this toxic shit where they find somebody they want to bully and they think this shit works. It doesn't work.
Like, if you don't want to get quote-unquote bullied, keep your opinions to yourself. Maybe uploading them to a public website is probably not the best idea.
Griffin makes a good point.
True.
If you upload something to YouTube, anyone can criticize it or talk about it. You posted it to the internet. That's the end of it.
He expects the internet to be nice to him. You did say you were going to look into your options. You did want to take legal action against me. That's also another shit
by a
that
chicken.
people told me about you, like Griffin Gaming. That's what you do. Don't make it like that was clickbait, Chief. You were thinking about it.
Ironically, in his quest to silence all criticism, Quantum TV has invoked the Streisand effect to its maximum potential. Your efforts to hide the truth have only increased people's curiosity about it, to the point where some of the biggest YouTubers and Twitch streamers are aware of your bullshit now too.
I'll be looking into sharing Quantum
that's when talking about it. I watch it live.
YouTube. As this is something that can lead to the termination of your channel. And I responded and I said to him, imagine having a take on Elden Ring that's literally so bad that you end up getting banned for it. That's too fucking bad, isn't it? That is just too fucking bad. Wow.
Review Tech USA was one of the next people to cover Quantum's hot takes.
I'm just going to start off by saying there has been a lot of controversy created by specifically Review Tech
It's like
USA.
one of those attention
Now, Rich's videos discussed the bad Elden Ring takes, but also highlighted that Quantum TV's been evading a previous ban on YouTube. Take that! A ban for hate speech.
Did I mention 6,752 times that he's ban evading?
Objection. How is a previous ban relevant? Objection. Because it's against terms of service. Rich has provided ample evidence of bigoted, hateful, downright disgusting posts from Quantum across his Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Some of this evidence also came from the TV community, which apparently from my DMs is also sick of his shit.
And this is not cancel culture. This is not. This is someone being held accountable for their horrible, horrible actions that they did over and over and over and over again.
Now, Rich isn't going after Quantum's past because of cancel culture, right? This is to further establish the legitimacy of your previous channel's ban, Quantum, and therefore justify a ban for your current one. In a response to a picture of two people kissing in a church, he wrote,
too bad you weren't a Pulse victim. In reference to the Pulse nightclub shooting, an incident at a gay bar where 47 people were killed. Get this piece of trash off of YouTube.
Isn't it funny when people try to call you a bigot and a homophobe when they're literally exactly what they're trying to accuse you of being? Look at you. Literally look at what you're doing. It's rich watching you try to paint me as some sort of bigot, as you literally are one.
He put up very, very hateful things towards the LGBTQ community, and I'm not just talking mean words. He actually wished death on them. Wishing death upon someone is another story. I seriously question your sanity, and this is what Quantum TV wrote back. They deserve it. The world is better off without them forcing their lifestyle on it. These are your accounts that you had linked on your YouTube, but all of a sudden you're not responsible for them? That's not how it works.
Man, a guy who consistently wishes death upon other people? Does that sound like someone we know?
At the end of the day, go kill yourself, man.
You see, Rich was able to successfully prove a connection between the hateful things you said on Facebook and Twitter and your YouTube account and Discord. What else have you said?
Just had some girl named Lindsay attack me via heterophobic messages spamming homosexual acts. This is my response to all who are heterophobic. And he shows someone, LGBT activist, attacked in Georgia.
This is getting out of hand.
Mark my words, Quantum, all roads lead to one destination, the termination of your current YouTube channel. And I will not rest until that is achieved. You're a fugitive on the run. But the law is catching up. In response, Quantum actually committed another crime of slander. He accused Review Tech USA of being something horrible. I'm not going to say it here. There's absolutely no evidence of this. So we can just add that to the list of crimes. So, Quantum, care to explain these hateful posts? Wishing death upon the LGBT community?
And instead of coming to me like a man, you resorted to being a little bitch about it and doing what you knew would get you views, and you tried to use the gay community against me and weaponize shit. And at the end of the day, Rich, you've got no fucking leg to stand on, and you need to shut the fuck up, okay? The reality is, it is what it is. I got hacked in 2018, and everything you find from 2018 is just that. It's a fucking hack. I don't know you an apology, and I'm not fucking sorry for shit I didn't do. That's it.
Objection!
Oh
Mr.
my god.
TV, would you please read the words on your channel banner? The #1 brand in honesty. Well, it should say the #1 brand in lies. If your accounts were hacked and compromised, then why were these horrible offensive things left on your account after you regained control of it? Why is there no history or post we can refer to of you mentioning the hack back in 2018? Unless these accounts were under the hacker's control for the last 4 years. But wait, that's not the case either, because here's a Discord message of you saying you haven't used these accounts in years.
This is all him. They were there. People screen capped him. He deleted the account, and that account, like I said, was linked on his YouTube. So, did the hacker put you?
Oh my god, I forgot to change it. Just shouting.
Your YouTube about
my bad.
If you haven't had control of these accounts, then you're telling me the hackers went to your Twitter and Facebook profile accounts and deleted them while Review Tech USA was currently streaming and showing people the awful posts there.
My Twitter was hacked, okay? So all of those posts that you're seeing from 2018 literally have nothing to do with me, unfortunately. There's not really much I can do outside of working for years to try to recover an account.
Hold it! Let's put the common sense cap on, okay? Quantum TV. Why would a hacker, if they wanted to disavow you and discredit you and make you look terrible, rush to take down your Twitter and your blog post while I was streaming all the horrible things that were from it? Wouldn't they want to keep it up to make you look even worse? There's another key thing you're going to notice here throughout this video. He does not condemn the terrible things that supposed hackers put up on his Twitter. He doesn't disavow any of it. He just tries to deflect and say it wasn't my fault, which is very telling.
Why is there a common theme of bigotry and hatred across all these accounts and platforms? Is that just pure coincidence? I mean, this was you, right? You know it's wrong. That's why you deleted it. You're trying to hide it. Streisand effect.
Streisand effect.
The truth is, Quantum TV really is anti-LGBTQ.
Okay, we're more than halfway.
He's transphobic, homophobic, racist, and I don't use any of these words lightly. David, fuck you and your hate speech against me. Calling me homophobic because I'm anti-gay support is all you liberals do. I'm pretty sure being anti-gay is homophobic.
Yeah.
I've never pushed or forced my sexuality on the gays. Yet they're legit forcing LGBT into games and movies. I stand against your liberal communist propaganda. Black Panther is racist and only the most hateful blacks like it. Yes, hello?
Oh, God.
What are the symptoms of brain damage? Okay, yeah, I think this guy definitely has it then. You've done yourself in, Quantum. You've done yourself in. Huh? Explain this away, huh? Explain all this shit away.
What's the matter? Huh? Had enough?
And since we're on the topic of racist, remember when you called Lenny Kravitz's daughter a half-breed?
You had Selena Kyle, which is Lenny Kravitz's daughter, like a half-breed, basically.
Or was that the hackers? Did the hackers, like manipulate the footage and then post it on your YouTube channel, which you then later deleted? Because that seems to be you, and that seems to be your voice. Half-breed is a racial slur, and it's fucked up to call people that. Here's a screenshot of him defending one of his Discord moderators for the liberal use of the word tranny when referring to trans people. This happened like last week. Were these recent Discord messages faked as well? Do you think calling trans people tranny is a hip, cool thing to do to stick it to the man and those liberal communists? Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. I'm here to bury you.
Jesus.
Everything Quantum does is for his own self-image. The pattern of behavior, silencing comments, trying to silence people's videos, deleting his own channels, deleting videos he uploaded, trying to prevent people from further downloading the videos. It's like you have never been on the internet. Nobody buys it. Nobody buys it. Quantum will argue that all of this is just one big misunderstanding, you know, that everyone is showing his clips and posts out of context. We're removing all the context.
I don't like the fucking game. It's an endless, pointless death loop, which I've established at multiple points in my review process, which we will be showing in context instead of the out of context shit that all of these YouTubers are running with.
Objection! You really are intent on burying yourself, aren't you? Your throne of lies is collapsing underneath you.
Oh my god, this actually feels like an Ace Attorney game right
But
now.
how can I provide context to my viewers when you delete the videos and threaten me with copyright strikes if I dare provide more context? You see, if anyone were to re-upload those old videos, I'm sure you would go after them too. So you can't ask for us to give more context when you are actively removing our ability to do that. You are a troglodyte. If I can't link people to the videos and I can't show them the full thing of what you said, and trust me, the context of everything he says is made worse. But if I can't do that, then people just have to go off of what I say and what I'm showing them. I don't like that, but that's the situation you put me in. While we're discussing clips out of context,
I will say this for all of you idiots that don't understand. At the end of the day, go kill yourself, man.
you know, we could sit here and argue all the ways that my video, Mischief, Griffin Gaming, Review Tech USA, Mudahar, anybody else that's covered this, we could sit here and debate on why it's fair use, but we all know that. The only person that doesn't understand this is you, Quantum.
I wouldn't have believed this if I didn't see it for myself, but while you literally sit here sucking on cucumbers in a very provocative way, there's a lot that says about your behavior.
What is wrong with sucking cucumbers in a very provocative way? I like cucumbers. Like the vegetable. Okay. Alright, moving on.
You see, so Quantum consistently references the copyright ID tool he used to false flag people.
That I'm a false copyright flagger because some 16-year-old got picked up on the copyright ID tool, which is YouTube's algorithm. He being a little fuck that likes to take people's video and use them and talk about them and say whatever they want. And I fucking use the tool the way it's supposed to be used. I'm an abuser.
You can use the YouTube algorithm to actually go ahead and copyright people, but the thing is, you shouldn't. That's the problem.
Like I've said, YouTube support advised me that filing a copyright claim against you was the best way to remove the re-uploaded content. So Wait a fucking second.
Objection!
That I can accurately say.
Oh
is
my
a
god,
load of
Mudahar
bullshit.
objection.
YouTube will not tell you to file a copyright claim just because a video is re-uploaded. At least not exactly like that. Again, like in the beginning example, if I uploaded an entire TV show to YouTube, YouTube would get that DMCA, because YouTube is a safe harbor website. As soon as they get a copyright claim, they must act on it, or else they lose a lot of those protections. So yeah, they remove your video. That doesn't mean YouTube is going to accurately speak to you through their support channel on a serious legal issue. YouTube will actually straight up want you to talk to a lawyer, because once you file a DMCA, a legally binding DMCA, that's between you, your attorneys, and that's it. You realize following YouTube's support advice on copyright claims to remove re-uploads failed me, and as a result, I'm being labeled as a copyright abuser, right? And then this person says, that I cannot answer for you. It's a fucking support agent, okay? Don't believe the support agent, who's probably not even from the country that you're dealing in, is gonna give you accurate information.
Dude, support
Anytime
agent
you deal
have to
with
deal
legal
with
shit,
this
you should
poor
be smart
guy.
enough to know to get a goddamn lawyer.
You blame YouTube support for the false copyright takedown instead of yourself.
Yo, what's up, Satria? Hold up.
Somehow, everyone else on YouTube is completely unaware of what copyright is and fair use and the 4 factors of fair use. It's everyone's wrong but you. As if a piece of software built into the YouTube system is somehow responsible for your illegal actions. It's not. But after my encounter with Quantum in the DMs, I was like, this is a man who cannot be reasoned with, who will not change for anyone, and who cannot change. He is still the same hateful, bigoted, racist, transphobic piece of human trash, copyright abuser that he was before. Nothing has changed. He has only been trying to hide all this stuff. Like, you understand, by law, I can countersue you if you come after me. I will win, and I will clean you out. You will sell that wedding ring on your finger. You will sell your house and any valuable possessions you have for wasting my fucking time. I'm the actor.
Oh, he's suing him.
I win every case. The laws do not change based on what Quantum TV thinks about them. Quantum, we have evidence of hate speech. We have evidence of you telling people to kill themselves on multiple accounts. We have proof of all of this through your accounts that we can also prove were not hacked. We have evidence of you threatening multiple content creators with false copyright takedowns going against fair use. We have all the proof we need to get your YouTube account terminated, and it's all thanks to you. Give it up, guys. Give it up for this laughingstock clown man out here providing quality entertainment. You see, we've been able to elevate the voices of the people you tried to silence, coerce, and threaten. Hopefully the YouTube community can come together and demand YouTube implement better systems in place so that content creators that abuse this system are much more heavily reprimanded and discouraged from abusing it. We'll call it Quantum's Code. Copyright takedowns is akin to using nukes. We all understand the ramifications of using such a tool, and that's why we've collectively agreed not to do that. Because if we could just take down any video we didn't like, then nobody would have a place here. And a platform that isn't made for everyone is a platform that shouldn't be made, in my opinion. Before arriving at my final point, here's the most important thing I have to say about all of this.
I mean,
unfortunately, there is no cure for narcissistic personality disorder.
Fuck Elden Ring. Fuck their players. I'm not sorry. I don't like Elden Ring players. They're nasty people.
None of this has anything to do with legitimacy. Quantum isn't using this controversy to grow his channel, and this has nothing to do with Elden Ring. This has everything to do with a disorder. Ego. Listen very closely once more. I will get your YouTube channel deleted. You have committed crimes in no unmistaken—
Stop! You violated the law.
I have contacts at YouTube. I have already messaged. We have a meeting set up. You have demonstrated a history of hate speech, targeted harassment, false claims. You have apologized for exactly none of it. You have made no effort to correct, address, or even admit a single mistake you've made. You make YouTube a worse place for everyone.
frankly, I'm witnessing somebody who has no idea of how like legal systems work, and frankly, they're making YouTube a bad, place for anybody else. Okay?
There is one thing no community on YouTube tolerates, and it's a copyright abuser.
I don't care about your opinion, dude. I care about the fact that you're nuts and you're toxic to this community.
Yeah, this is like the Jussie Smollett of fucking YouTube. 100%. That's the perfect description for this guy.
I suggest you make peace with whatever content you wish to publish on your channel before you see this screen again. And Quantum, you're gonna see it again. I may not be able to offer a cure for narcissism, but hopefully by shattering this false reality and sense of yourself, then perhaps maybe whatever spell you're under, you will wake up from it. It's such a shame. And I was planning on asking you about this new TV I was interested in.
Okay, he's still up.
What were you trying to prove? That deep down, everyone's as ugly as you. You're alone.
Holy shit.
Because maybe there's something wrong with you.
Jesus, man.
Because maybe there's something wrong
Well, what lesson can we learn from this video, chat? Just be nice. If you're on the internet, publicly especially, if you have a fucking big YouTube channel that where a lot of eyes on you and you have so many eyes, respecting you, like, oh shit, you make good reviews and shit. Just don't be an asshole, I don't know what to say. That's the only thing that this guy have issue with. He's an asshole, that's all. Oh my god, man. He can easily dodge all
Just
this
don't
shit.
be an asshole like Quantum TV and make sure your cock is big smile.
Well, okay, but the cock big, it doesn't matter. It's how you use it, alright? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. But, yeah. Oh boy. This is... Damn. It's just kind of baffling, the fact that this all started just because he's not agreeing with a lot of the Elden Ring, which is normal. It's okay to disagree with a game. It's not made for everyone. You don't have to fucking slander everyone that's attacking your opinion. It's just an opinion, man. It's a subjective opinion. Oh my god. I just don't get it. I just don't get it sometimes. With some people, man. I don't get some people. So weird. But I think it's a good thing. Like I don't like hating on a certain community or certain specific people either, but the problem with Quantum TV is that like at first before I watched the video I was like, wait, why are we still attacking this guy? Like, poor guy. Like, sure, he's an asshole, but like I feel bad now. Like, But after watching it, we learned that he actually abusing his copyright shit, which basically he cut off other YouTubers' income indirectly, and that's a fucking crime. Like, what he's doing is not just some I don't like your opinion, I'm gonna take it down, but he also take down those videos that have a lot of views, that fair use, and indirectly impacting their income, which is a crime. Like, imagine you're making videos for fucking hours, you put your heart into it, and you just like, oh shit, got taken down, you got $0 from it. Like, it kind of sucks. So yeah, I feel like that's why the Ackman goes hardcore with it, because he's abusing that basically, which is a no-no. Amazing video as always from a GigaChat YouTuber. Yeah, I was...
He would hate Rad because he forces his Astolfo cock on us feels
Shut
weak
the
man.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, lesson learned is just like don't be an overly asshole. You can have bad, you know, you can have a bad vibe with some people, but just don't take it too far and fucking ruins other people's fun. You know what I mean? Just take it easy. If you don't like it, or don't like it, you know. Take it and fucking leave it. You know, chill out, brain. Chill out. That's right, chat. Don't be an asshole. Love yourself and love everyone around you. Okay? That's a note that I can take. And that will be the end of the stream for today. People. What time is this? Almost 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here. Chat. Gonna chilly out. My thing. Okay. Alright. It was a fun stream. It's not that, you know, not much going on, but, you know, we draw for 4 hours and then react Andy for 2 hours. It's pretty fun. You get chill out with a lot of people as well. Good shit. And most importantly, we finish a fucking drawing. Let's go! It's not just a sketch this time, it's an actually fully colored drawing. I don't do this every fucking day, Chad. Let's fucking go. Oh shit, feels good, man, to finally actually finish something once in a while. And thank you guys for chilling out in the chat while I'm doing this shit. Okay? Before I leave, I gotta thank everyone who contribute extra today in the chat. We got fucking Gara with the big fat raid when I started the stream. Thank you so much. And Hustle with also a big fat raid in the middle of the stream, and when everyone said they like Big Booba while I'm drawing this. It's that's a really good compliment. I'll take it. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone who followed the channel throughout the stream, whether you came from the raid or just saw me lingering in the fucking Twitch website. Thank you. Not Ray, Flushy2, Tartajek, Gravity Calstatic, VOG and Rexade. Fuck. I butchered so many names today. Oh, and also thank you OneSin for the 200 bitsies. He's probably already asleep by now, but appreciate it anyway. Thank you all so much. And of course, thank you everyone who chilled out in the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you, Disaster Pain, Saints Flow, Cetriotron, Kaylin, Gara, Zay, Tartajek, OneSin, well, already asleep, and everyone else who lurk in the chat as well with the stream open while doing your own stuff. Thank you. I respect you. Thank you for the support. Much love. Much love. And I'll be seeing you guys, if not tomorrow, on Tuesday. Why I say that? Because tomorrow is actually, well, I already talked about it at the start of the stream, but tomorrow I'm going to start a big project at work. It's a 1 full week project shit, so it's going to be a little bit, I don't know if it's going to be, you know, I'm going to get a little bit busy or not. We'll see, but it is a big project nonetheless, so I may or may not going to be able to stream tomorrow. Hopefully I can. I want to stick to the schedule. But if not, I'll let you guys know. And we're probably gonna stream on Tuesday instead. Okay, so just let it out there for you guys. Let you guys know a little. But yeah, full week. Starting tomorrow until the next Monday. Well, until Friday actually, because next Monday and Tuesday is gonna be holiday for me, a national holiday. So we'll be able to have some free time on that one. Okay? So yeah, bear with me for the next 1 week. Don't worry, it's not like I'm gonna disappear. I'll be here, but schedule, definitely gonna get disrupted here and there. Overtime and shit is definitely gonna happen for sure. But yeah, I think that is all. That is all for today, people. Ah, shit. Hopefully I'm not getting sick. A raid. Raid Frost. What? Hold up. Oh damn, there's a lot of people streaming today. Hold up. Oh shit, Paper's still streaming at this hour. We could raid Paper. I rarely able to raid him because he always stream at the different time as mine. Oh shit, hold up, what is this song? Oh my god, the Ness with the raid. Yo, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Oh shit, I was actually about to end the stream as well. Not like literally, but like, I'm ending the stream. I've been streaming for 6 hours actually. But thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome. How's your stream? Where are you streaming? What's up, Wizard the Master? Welcome. Well, at least you guys can see drawing that I just do today, which is Your Forger from Spy X Family. You can see the full HD pictures in the Twitter, by the way, twitter.com/raddtrap, or you can go to the panel down below, just saying. But yeah, hey, what's up? How's your stream? What's up? How you doing? What you doing? Were you gaming? All that kind of stuff. Is really gotta go Frost? We could. Kind of want to raid for Paper as well, though. It was a great time. We went marble racing. Marble on stream? Oh shit. That's nice. Oh, that's such a classic. I haven't done that for so long as well. Marble on stream is always a fun time with chat. That's cool. Good shit. Thank you though for the raid. But yeah, I'm also ending the stream actually. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Been drawing for 4 hours and just like chilling out for 2 hours. Talking and stuff. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, much love. Thank you for the raid. But yeah, chat. I'll be back again tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday once again. If you guys don't want to miss out on the notification, make sure to follow me on Twitter in the panel down below, or you can join the Discord also in the panel down below, because I will notify you guys on both of those things every time I go live. Okay? This Twitch notification fucking late as hell every fucking time, man. I don't fucking get it. Like I don't blame them. Like they have to filter like literally millions of streams. It's very important. Follow. Oh shit! Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Actually followed. Oh shit. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. But yeah. Other than notification, I also literally upload every single drawing that I do on stream over to Twitter, like this one. Well, this one's not yet. This is actually a work in progress, but yeah, upload all of the stuff over on Twitter as well. So check it out. But other than that, I'm gonna chill out here. Let's see. Oh. Sorry. Who should we rate today? No, Raku, you just got here. I'm sorry, man. What's up, man? I'm ending the stream. Unlucky, dude. Unlucky. How you doing, though? How you doing, brother? Yeah, I don't stream that long on the weekend, man. I'm sorry. Well, not on the weekend. Like, this is Sunday, because tomorrow's Monday. You know. I usually do long stream on Friday night or Saturday night because, you know, obviously it's fucking weekend. I can stay up long. Unlucky, dude. I know you just woke up. It's a fucking time zone thing. Hopefully another stream or next weekend. Thank you though for stopping by anyway. Appreciate it. Much love. I love you, bro. I love you. Okay. Alright, you know what? Let's go to Frost. It's been a while since the last time we go over to Frost stream. It's been a while. It's been a while. I literally opened and see the transition to ending stream. I'm sorry. But hey, if you want to see, I draw this, Your Forger from Spy X Family, the fucking brand new anime that's still airing. So this is what I draw today. You know? So yeah. It's on Twitter as well, or on Discord. You can check it out on full HD over there, the JPEG, the image, you know, because Twitch is very blurry and pixel. So yeah, check it out over there if you guys are interested. Or actually over here. Bada bing, bada boom. She is a MILF, so it's perfect for you to draw. What the? Why? It doesn't have anything to do. Alright, anyways. I'm gonna fucking read Frost ITV. There you go. Anyways. You fuckers. Alright, you guys know the usual things, chat. If you're a sub, you can spam the schmo rate in their chat just like so. But if you're not a sub, that is okay. That is completely fine. You can spam whatever you want, whatever emote you want. The point is to share love to them. You should get share love with me today in the chat, okay? So let them know that the schmo rate is coming. But other than that, once again, thank you guys all. Appreciate every single one of you for hanging out in the stream till the end. I'm gonna see you guys, if not tomorrow or on Tuesday. Keep an eye out on Discord and Twitter. Other than that, take care, stay healthy, eat a lot of veggies, drink a lot of water, exercise, take care of yourself because I want to see you guys again on the next one. Peace out, stay safe, and much love. Good night. Johnny. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Right, spam it. No, not small cock. Small rate. Spam it. Alright, love you. Alright, for real this time. Bye-bye. Love y'all. Take care.